Chapter 3360. Come out, you guys. How long are you going to hide? The saint in blue armor said coldly to the void. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. The expressions of Yen Ryu and the others in the distance also changed. Oh no, could there be other saints? Hee, looks like you're quite sharp. You actually noticed our presence. I originally wanted to take advantage of the situation, but it seems like I can't do that. But forget it, since this kid dared to kill my clone, I'll deal with him personally. Two more voices were heard. Following it, two sages walked out from the crowd. As soon as they appeared, they froze the sea, and the entire space was filled with saint aura. Lin Xian also felt a great pressure on his body, as if 4 sacred mountains were pressing down on him. 2 more saints, and from the looks of it, they should be the main bodies of the 3 saints. One of the saints had 2 colors on his body, green and red. The red was the light of fire, but it seemed that the power of fire was suppressed in the void sea. So it wasn't very strong. The other green light was the power of wind, and that was the law of wind. This person had comprehended 2 laws. The other person had a zither on his back. It was made of the tendons of a flood dragon and the bones of a tiger. From the looks of it, they should have something to do with the law of sound. The Wind Demon Saint, Tianyin Shangren, and Nanhai Saint. The Dragon Valley Saint was shocked. He didn't expect 3 more saints to come, and it seemed like they were all here for the kid in front of him. It's over. 3 saints are attacking, and all of them are in a powerful state. The kid is definitely dead. However, he probably couldn't get the kid. In that case, he wouldn't be able to get the kid's secrets. No, damn it. I don't care about the other things, but I have to get the whereabouts of the 10,000 dragons diagram. The Dragon Valley Saint hurriedly said. The 3 of you, how about we work together to take him down? I know this kid has many treasures and secrets, but I don't want them. I only want one. I want him to tell me the whereabouts of the 10,000 dragons diagram. The Wind Demon Saint nodded with a smile. If he only told them the whereabouts of the 10,000 dragons diagram, it wouldn't affect them. After all, the 10,000 dragons portrait was the ultimate weapon of dragons. They had no intention of taking it. The Heavenly Sound Saint looked at the Dragon Valley Saint and said indifferently, "You don't have to do anything. Wait until the 3 of us catch that kid, and we'll tell you about the 10,000 dragon picture. How about that?" From the looks of it, he was doing the Dragon Valley a favor. Thank you. However, since this kid dared to injure me so severely, I definitely want to do it myself. Don't worry, today's matter can be considered as a favor to the 3 of you. If I need help in the future, I will definitely return it. Alright, we can talk about these things after the battle. Let's deal with this kid first. The South Sea Saint pulled out the long spear on his back with a flip of his hand. Immediately, the surrounding seawater surged along with him. The 4 members of the Great Sage were about to make a move. Lin Xian was surrounded by the 4 members of the Great Sage. He felt a great pressure. Fortunately, he had a divine body, and his physique was comparable to a saint's, so he was able to resist. Otherwise, any other half-saint would have collapsed long ago. Even so, he still felt a lot of pressure. After all, it was not a problem for him to kill 1 saint. However, if 4 saints attacked together, it would be too troublesome. To be honest, with his current strength, he was still unable to fight 4 saints at the same time. Fighting 2 saints was already his limit. However, this time, it was not just him. Indeed, in the distance, Yen Ryu and the dark red dragon flew over. Oh, there were also companions. However, they were all half-saints. They would not be able to withstand a single blow. The South Sea Saint glanced at them and snorted in disdain. The other saints also nodded. After all, not everyone could defeat people who were stronger than Lin Xian and Yen Nantian. Ordinary saints, even the top half-saints, could not be compared to them at all. Lin Xian looked at Yen Ryu and the others. Yen Ryu already knew what Lin Xian meant, so Yen Ryu said in a deep voice, "I can help you block one." The dark red dragon said, "I can block one too. I have already set up the heaven-crippled chessboard. I am still unable to fight a saint alone, but I can help the dark red dragon. Moreover, I can heal the 3 of you at the same time." The North Demon said in a deep voice, "Okay, leave the Dragon Valley Saint and the other kind of saint to me. You guys hold back the other two. When the time comes, we will kill them together. Lin Xian laughed loudly. He was not afraid at all. As they spoke, the four of them had assigned the tasks. The four saints opposite them were stunned. After hearing this, they all laughed out loud. What did these people say? These people can fight against us alone? What a joke! Lin Xian can fight saints who are stronger than him. Forget it. They had seen it with their own eyes. But what about that woman and that dragon? Those two might be half-saints. What was even more despicable was that Lin Xian said that he could fight against two saints alone. What a joke! Even geniuses have their limits. It is good to be confident, but if you are overconfident, you will be an idiot. What a bunch of ignorant ants. Do they really think that they are the chosen ones? Can they go against mortals and kill saints? Don't talk nonsense with them. Just kill them directly. It is a waste of time to talk to such trash. Buzz! Among them, Heavenly Sound Saint raised his finger and flicked it out. Immediately, a terrifying sound wave spread between heaven and earth. The sound wave was too strange and powerful. It was the law of sound. The North Demon and the Dark Red Dragon felt the violent collision. Many cracks appeared on their bodies. Yen Ruyu shouted, and the green light on her body surged. It turned into a green lotus and was held in her hand. Then she swept it forward. Immediately, the sound waves in the sky were blocked. Yen Ryu charged towards Heavenly Sound Saint. The illusory green lotus-like figure that descended from the sky made Heavenly Sound Saint's expression change instantly. He quickly retreated and dodged the attack. Then, his expression turned abnormally ugly. At the same time, the North Demon shouted coldly and activated the 10,000 monster body. A divine tree that reached the sky appeared behind him. The two branches on the tree supported him and the Dark Red Dragon, providing them with a strong recovery ability. The cracks on his and the Dark Red Dragon's bodies instantly healed. As for the Dark Red Dragon, it roared angrily. A black and white chessboard appeared in its hand, and it smashed forward. In an instant, it enveloped South Sea Saint. An array! It can't even withstand a single blow. Blue Sea Saint sneered. He waved his spear and the law of the sea exploded. Terrifying seawater surged, causing the array to tremble continuously. But it did not break. The black and white chess pieces on the heaven-crippled chessboard turned into streams of black and white chi. They began to attack and surround him. Chapter 3361. The Crimson Divine Dragon was an expert, and he had obtained the heaven-crippling chessboard game. The heaven-crippling chessboard game that he had set up was too terrifying. It could definitely trap a saint, and it could even kill a saint after a long time. On the other side, the Heavenly Sound Saint was also roaring. Terrifying sound waves swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, but there was nothing he could do. The green light on Yenryu's body was too strange. It suppressed everything. The green lotus in her hand had infinite power. It was like a saint artifact that posed a great threat to the Heavenly Sound Saint. For a moment, the two of them really stopped the two saints. The Northern Demon stood beside the Crimson Divine Dragon, ready to help at any time. How about it? Now you too believe that my companions have the strength to stop a saint. Lin Xian sneered. On the other side, the Wind Demon Saint and the Dragon Valley Saint were stunned. To be honest, their minds were blank at this moment. What was going on? Apart from the kid in front of them, that woman and that dragon all had the combat power of a saint? It was too unbelievable. When did so many geniuses of this level appear? There were so many geniuses in the past. The Abyss Leaderboard, the Vermilion Bird Leaderboard, and the top half-saints of the various stars were very famous. But now, it seemed that only Lin Xian and Yen Nantian could fight a saint. Other than them, perhaps the Great Demon was one, but the Great Demon was already dead. The others, like Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang, could not be compared to a saint no matter how strong they were. But now, there was a mysterious woman and a dragon who had the strength to go against the heavens and kill a saint. Moreover, the two of them were Lin Xian's companions. It was too shocking. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful companion. It's really beyond my expectations. The Wind Demon Saint spoke. But so what? Can you stop the two of us from the great sage by yourself? The wind law on his body was getting stronger and stronger. His robe fluttered, bringing about a powerful storm. The next moment his body suddenly disappeared. Buzz. In an instant he appeared in front of Lin Xian. A powerful storm swept through the 9 heavens and blasted onto Lin Xian's body, producing crackling sounds. This aura was simply too strong. Furthermore, his speed was simply too fast. It was so fast that it reached the pinnacle. He was even faster than the Dragon Valley Saint. The Wind Fiend Saint lashed out with his right leg, stirring the air and aiming for Lin Xian's heart. This kick was capable of stirring up the winds and clouds, capable of overturning everything. At the same time, the Dragon Valley Sage made his move as well. He struck out with the Desolation Dragon Fist once again. The dragon blood in his body surged as the power of his bloodline burst out. With 2 members of the Great Sage attacking together, no matter how strong the opponent was, they were confident that they could kill him. The seawater around Lin Xian was torn apart, revealing his body. At this moment, he was suffering from too many attacks. The power of the Desolation Dragon Fist, the Law of Fire, and the Law of Wind all wanted to pierce through him. Get lost. He roared into the sky. His voice was like thunder as it rolled forward. At the same time, the Great Destruction Spear in his hand danced wildly. The Great Dragon Sword Spirit also roared non-stop. Boom, boom. The Great Dragon Sword Spirit slammed into the desolate dragon spring, directly sending it flying. However, the storm god retreated and kicked Lin Xian's shoulder with all his might. Instantly, Lin Xian's body flew backward. His entire arm was numb, and the Great Destruction Spear was almost sent flying. The 2 members of the Great Sage attacked again. The Dragon Spring Fist and the Storm God Kick. Their terrifying killing moves were fatal. Even a First Heaven Sage would probably be blown up by them. Lin Xian was in an extremely dangerous situation. Yen Ruyu, the Dark Red Divine Dragon, and the others were anxious. However, the 2 of them were fighting a sage each, so they couldn't attack at the same time. The Northern Demon was dumbfounded. He couldn't even keep up with their speed. After withstanding the mystiques of the 2 great sage, Lin Xian's body started to crack. However, his eyes were filled with killing intent. The Great Destruction Spear stirred again. In an instant, 2 Annihilation Fire Lotuses flew forward. Instantly, the 2 Annihilation Fire Lotuses forced the 2 sages back. Bloody holes appeared on the Dragon Valley Sage's body again. The Wind Demon Sage also had a wound on his body. Blood flowed out instantly. Damn it. How dare you hurt me? I'll kill you. The 2 of them were completely enraged, especially the Wind Demon Sage. His eyes were bloodshot. Kill. Lin Xian roared as well. The murderous aura on his body shot up into the sky. Terrifying sword chi stirred up the surroundings. The Great Destruction Spear was even sharper. In an instant, the Dragon Valley Sage's heart was pierced. Golden blood splattered. Lin Xian's body and the Wind Demon Sage's legs also cracked. However, Lin Xian endured the pain. Golden light shone in his eyes. Soul stab. The Wind Demon Sage screamed. Then, his fist turned into a big black fish and rushed over. It broke one of the Wind Demon Sage's legs. The battle was intense. Every move was accompanied by the power of the laws. Lin Xian fought against 2 alone. Although he was at a disadvantage at first, he gradually became evenly matched with the 2. In the end, Lin Xian felt his blood boiling. The Great Dragon Sword Spirit roared. Lin Xian's combat strength could continue to increase. The 2 great sages were suppressed. However, more cracks appeared on Lin Xian's body. At this time, the Northern Demon also made his move. He controlled the Myriad Wood Divine Tree and began to provide Lin Xian with the laws of wood. This greatly increased Lin Xian's recovery ability. Damn it. What's wrong with that kid? The Heavenly Sound Sage and the South Sea Sage were equally shocked. The 2 great sages couldn't take down their opponent. This was too despicable. At the same time, they were even more surprised. Their opponent could trap them for such a long time. With the Annihilation Fire Lotus in his left hand and the Great Destruction in his right, he swept out. In an instant, the power of annihilation flew out. At the same time, Lin Xian seemed to have turned into a kunpeng, spinning in the sea. Each time, there was a terrifying power. The Dragon Valley Sage's body was torn apart by the Annihilation Fire Lotus. On the other side, the Wind Demon Sage's legs that had just recovered were turned into ashes again. Both of them screamed, but they didn't stop. The Dragon Valley Sage spat out a pearl. It was a dark golden pearl. The moment it was spat out, it emitted an unparalleled golden light that spread in all directions. Instantly, 13 cracks appeared on Lin Xian's body. Each crack revealed his bones. The Wind Demon Sage put his hands together. Chapter 3362. The Law of Wind directly chopped off one of Lin Xian's arms. Lin Xian was also covered in blood, but he became more and more courageous as he fought. With just one hand, the Dragon Valley Saint exploded into pieces once again. On the other side, Lin Xian kicked out. His leg technique was even more terrifying than the Wind Demon Sage's. The ocean of millions of miles was controlled by him, directly splitting the Wind Demon Sage in half. Meanwhile, the flames on his body burned, evaporating all the surrounding seawater. Nirvana rebirth. Lin Xian was reborn from the flames, instantly becoming as good as new. Damn it, that's a law ability. The two great sages' scalps went numb. They hurriedly consumed heavenly treasures to recover from their injuries. However, their recovery speed was far inferior to Lin Xian's. After Lin Xian recovered, he directly used the kunpeng movement technique and arrived in front of the Dragon Valley Sage. Die for me. The Great Destruction Spear and the power of the Dragon Sword Spirit directly pierced through the opponent. This time, there were many law fragments on the Dragon Sword Spirit. It was as if it had turned into a true dragon, constantly tearing the opponent's body apart. The Dragon Valley Sage screamed. He found that the sword chi on it was too cold, and he couldn't heal it at all. As for Lin Xian, he used his eye technique to attack his opponent's soul. Suddenly, Lin Xian's figure flashed and he quickly dodged, but a bloody line appeared on his back. It turned out that the Wind Demon Sage had attacked. The Wind Demon Sage's legs became incomparably sharp. This attack was a fatal blow. Although Lin Xian had the kunpeng movement technique, he was still affected. However, this wasn't the most fatal blow. The most fatal blow landed on the Dragon Valley Sage's body. The Dragon Valley Sage screamed and was seriously injured. At this moment, Lin Xian exploded again, forming the 10,000 Dragons picture and locking it on the Dragon Valley Sage's body. The Dragon Valley Sage screamed crazily. He was injured previously and hadn't fully recovered. In addition, the Wind Demon Sage had accidentally injured him, and now he had to face the 10,000 Dragons picture. He fled like a madman, the dragon blood in his body burning. Lin Xian threw out the Great Destruction Spear, nailing him into the sea. Then the 10,000 Dragons picture completely enveloped him. Tens of thousands of dragons attacked, roaring non-stop. The terrifying power caused the Dragon Valley Saint to cry out in pain. In the end, the Dragon Valley Saint was destroyed in both body and soul. The Saint of the Dragons was dead. This scene shocked the other three members of the Great Sage. Too scary. This person is really too scary. I have to get out of here quickly. The two of you, quickly break out of the encirclement and help me kill this brat. Wind Demon Saint roared madly. Previously, when it was 2 against 1, he was no match for his opponent. Now that it was a one-on-one fight, he was very likely to be killed by his opponent. Hearing those words, the heavenly toned sage played her zither continuously. Terrifying sound waves and murderous aura rushed out. Unfortunately, the azure lotus on Yen Ryu's body was too mysterious. It directly froze a part of the world and formed a special domain. It was like a sacred domain that was impenetrable. On the other side, the heaven-crippling chessboard shook violently. The South Sea Saint was supported by the power of the void, so the law of water was abnormally violent. Even though the heaven-crippling chessboard was mysterious, the dark red divine dragon had not comprehended it for too long, so cracks appeared on it. However, the dark red divine dragon took out a few sets of peerless killing formations and stacked them on top of each other, immediately making up for the cracks. For a moment, The South Sea Saint was blocked again. Damn it, how is this possible? I'm going crazy. Humph, do you really think I'm easy to mess with? I'll show you a few of my peerless skills. The dragon blood on the dark red divine dragon's body surged, and mysterious blood-colored patterns appeared, making him look extraordinarily mighty. With a roar, the boundless sea of void started to spin, forming a huge vortex. Within it, there were terrifying lightning bolts. Dragon's great skill, Thunder Lake. This was to turn a part of the world into a sea of lightning. The South Sea Saint's expression changed when he saw this. Damn it, how is this possible? He seemed to feel that the dragon's bloodline in front of him was even stronger than the ancient dragon sage. How is this possible? What is this? He was about to go crazy. The surrounding Thunder Lake rushed towards him quickly, and the South Sea Saint fought back crazily. On the other side, the Heavenly Tone Saint was also anxious. He had no choice but to use his peerless secret technique, the Heavenly Demon Sound. His fingers played on the guqin, and the roars of dragons and tigers sounded. At the same time, what was even more terrifying was that endless phantoms appeared around him. Those were the heavenly demons of the outer realm. They were very terrifying and could affect one's soul. Not good. For a moment, Yen Ryu fell into a dangerous situation. Even Lin Xian frowned. He had heard of the power of the heavenly demons. He wanted to help, but he was blocked by the Wind Demon Saint. At this moment, the Wind Demon Saint had also activated the Law of Fire in addition to the Law of Wind. Although the Law of Fire was suppressed here, he could not care less. Flames filled the sky, and the terrifying power of wind and fire stirred. The opponent's leg technique had become more powerful than before, and its power had multiplied. Lin Xian could not step forward for a moment, and the surrounding heavenly demons rushed towards Yen Ryu quickly. In an instant they enveloped her. But the heavenly demon, can even affect a second heaven sage, let alone a little girl like you. The Heavenly Tone Saint revealed a sinister smile. This battle was over, and he could join forces with the Wind Demon Saint. However, he decided to get rid of the dragon first, and wait for the three great sage to attack together. Then the opponent would definitely be dead. Boom! Yen Ryu was enveloped by the endless phantoms of the heavenly demons. Suddenly, she exclaimed in shock. An aura spread out from her body, and suddenly, the surroundings were incomparably mysterious. The green lotus in her hand was even more terrifying, as if it had turned into a part of the world and blasted forward. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying aura surged out, covering the sky and earth. The Heavenly Tone Saint immediately knelt on the ground, his body trembling. His face was full of horror. What kind of aura was this? It was too terrifying. This aura had completely surpassed his. The heavenly demon guqin in his hand broke into two with a crack. The Heavenly Tone Saint screamed. The opponent was too strange. This aura had completely surpassed his. It had even surpassed a third heaven sage. Could it be? There was something extremely terrifying in the opponent's body? He wanted to escape, but a ray of green light instantly streaked across his forehead. In the next moment his corpse fell. Chapter 3363. How was that possible? The Wind Demon Sage was stunned. The South Sea Sage was also trembling in fear. One had to know that this was the second sage to fall. Previously, they were also shocked by the fall of Sage Long Gu, but that was done by Lin Xian with his real combat strength. Because Lin Xian was also severely injured. If not for the Law of Fire rebirth, Lin Xian would probably be dead by now. But now, the Heavenly Sound Sage was different. She was killed by the other party in one move. Her soul was destroyed, and even her sage blood was destroyed. One had to know that it was easy to defeat a sage, but very difficult to kill one. A sage could be reborn from a drop of blood. If not for Lin Xian having two great inheritances and the offensive aura of the great dragon sword soul, it would be impossible to completely kill the Dragon Valley Sage. But now, that mysterious woman had done it so easily. What was in her body? And that aura made their hair stand on end. They almost knelt on the ground just now. That attack just now had already surpassed the aura of a sage. Could it be? They did not dare to think further. The group in front of them was too strange. Hurry up and leave. The two immediately wanted to escape. Seeing this, the clear light in Yenryu's eyes burst out again. But just as she raised her finger, she weakly put it down. Obviously, using that power just now was a huge burden on her. She would not be able to use that attack again in a short period of time. However, Lin Xian would not let the Wind Demon Sage escape. He used the Kunpeng movement technique and chased after him. In an instant he blocked the other party. Damn brat, get out of my way. The Wind Demon Sage was not in the mood to fight now. Although that woman was weak now, who knew if she would recover after eating some spiritual medicine? If he were to strike again, he would be instantly killed. He was not willing to bear the consequences. So, he charged at Lin Xian like a madman. Flames of war raged. His legs moved, a storm swept, and flames filled the sky, completely shattering the void in front of him. Lin Xian waved the Great Destruction Spear and used the 9-yang sword technique. In his left hand, he gathered 9 sea dragons, bit his fist, and punched out. Damn it, desolate dragon fist, how do you know it? The Wind Demon Sage was about to go crazy. This lad before him was just as bizarre. He was sent flying with a single punch, and his leg was broken. As expected, in a one-on-one fight, it was very difficult for him to be a match for the other party. After a few more punches, the Wind Demon Saint was smashed into pieces by the fists of Extreme Yang. But soon, the body of the Wind Demon Saint reformed as his face turned cold. Lad, you can defeat me, but it won't be that easy for you to kill me. Was it that easy? You're too naive. I've already killed 2 saints. Killing one more won't make any difference. You will be the 3rd saint that I have killed. What? He had killed 2 sages? Hearing this, the Wind Demon Saint's heart thumped wildly. How could this be? Wasn't Saint Longgu the only one who died? Although the Heavenly Note Sage was also dead, she was not killed by this brat. What did this kid mean? Could it be that he had killed a sage before? Thinking of this, Wind Demon Sage felt his scalp go numb. But if he wanted to kill him, he would have to pay a price. The murderous aura on his body rushed out, and terrifying wind and flames surged around him. At this moment, the Wind Demon Saint seemed to have transformed into a supreme immortal king. He turned his head again and charged over. It seemed that he wanted to fight Lin Xian to the death, because he knew that he could not escape. He could only fight with his back to the wall and get rid of the person in front of him as quickly as possible. Only then would he be able to escape. Good timing. Lin Xian roared, waved the Great Destruction Spear in his hand, and charged forward in large strides. With every step he took, the aura on his body became stronger. In the end, the weapon in his hand seemed to have transformed into a black dragon that kept roaring. Along with his sword technique, he swung it out. Boom! The Great Destruction Spear landed on the opponent's leg technique, and a loud sound was heard. The endless light was so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. However, to their surprise, the Wind Demon Saint was sent flying. His leg was split open again. However, at this moment, he was wearing a pair of green shoes that were shining with an incomparable light. Its power was even more terrifying than a half-step sage weapon. Although it was not comparable to a true sage weapon, its power was still unparalleled. Boom! Boom! The Wind Demon Saint moved, and the war boots on his feet quickly charged back. His combat strength rose rapidly. Kick after kick, it was like a mountain was sent flying. It was so terrifying that it could make a sage of the same realm crumble. However, Lin Xian was simply too powerful. Especially when he was standing there, the blood in his entire body was boiling. The great dragon sword spirit was influenced by him, and let out a loud dragon roar. His attack power was even more terrifying than the Wind Demon Saint. The spear swept out, and the aura it carried was enough to make one tremble. 9 suns opening the sky. This strike seemed to have split the entire sky into 2 halves. With it, the Wind Demon Saint's body was split open. Lin Xian didn't dodge. Thus, when the pair of cyan shoes hit him, cracks appeared on his body. However, he didn't care, because the northern demon was helping him recover from afar. He only needed to fight with all his might. As expected, he had the branches of the universal sacred tree on him, which provided him with strong vitality. He charged out again. Another 2 spears pierced through the opponent again. This time, the Wind Demon Saint was really going crazy because he realized that he could not heal himself this time. The sword chi on him was too terrifying and could not be erased. Another Destruction Fire Lotus and the Great Destruction Spear, with the power to destroy everything, tore the opponent's body into pieces. Next, in an instant, the remaining flesh of the opponent began to disintegrate. Even the sage's blood was about to be erased. Damn it! Seeing this, the Wind Demon Saint screamed like a madman. Everything happened too quickly, and he could not react at all. His opponent's attack was too fierce, and his body was shattered, and his soul had to escape. Want to escape? Can you escape? Lin Xian held the Great Destruction Spear in his hand, and the Great Dragon Sword Spirit coiled around it. This aura was enough to destroy everything. Even the soul of a sage could be destroyed. As expected, his attack penetrated the opponent's soul, and as he moved, the opponent's soul was shattered into pieces. At the same time, he used the Heavenly Secret God Eye, and the Golden Eye formed a vortex, igniting the shattered soul. A tragic cry rang out, and in the end, the Wind Demon Saint's soul collapsed and was burned clean. Another saint had been killed. If there were other experts here, they would be scared out of their wits when they saw this. Sages were above the heavens and earth, and were very difficult to kill. But now, they were falling one after another. 3 sages had fallen, and in addition to the child sage, there were 4 sages. The last one, the South Sea Sage, was scared out of his wits. He looked at Lin Xian, and his body trembled. Chapter 3364. South Sea Saint trembled. This was simply a killing god. It was so terrifying that he almost fainted. Lin Xian's nerves were cold and his face was calm. He didn't seem to be affected much. He was no longer as excited as when he killed for the first time. So after he dealt with Wind Demon Saint, he immediately turned his head and stared at South Sea Saint. South Sea Saint was so scared that his scalp went numb. He was the only one left and the people around him were so powerful. Wait, don't kill me. South Sea Saint quickly begged for mercy. I was tricked into coming here by them. Please spare my life and I will never be your enemy again. Spare your life? Lin Xian walked over with a cold smile on his face. The dark red dragon beside him also sneered. Why didn't you say that just now? Weren't you very powerful just now? You wanted to kill us ants? Now you know how to beg for mercy? It's over. Let's see how I kill you. He moved the heaven-crippling chessboard. The terrifying black and white chess pieces turned into a peerless killing intent. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. South Sea Saint knew that he was in a dangerous situation, so he instantly burned his life force. This method was similar to Lu Mu's. It could obtain powerful combat strength, but it would consume his life force. But he couldn't care less. If he fought, he would have a chance to live. If he didn't, he would probably be killed immediately. With a boom, after he obtained powerful strength, he blasted the heaven-crippling chessboard and fled into the distance. Where are you going? Lin Xian used the Kunpeng movement technique and rushed over. He waved the Great Destruction Spear in his hand and turned into a black dragon. Everywhere it passed, the endless void was torn apart and a terrifying vacuum zone appeared. Sword chi shot into the sky, causing South Sea Saint's scalp to go numb. South Sea Saint used the law of water with all his strength. It stirred up the surrounding waters, forming terrifying whirlpools one after another to resist the sword chi. Stop, what do you want? I'll give it all to you. South Sea Saint ran and screamed crazily. But unfortunately, Lin Xian didn't care at all. Lin Xian kept waving the weapon in his hand, turning it into a black shadow that filled the sky. These sword chis were too terrifying. They pierced through all the seawater, and the water laws trembled from the impact. The South Sea Saint's expression was one of terror. He felt the other party's sword energy and his entire body went cold. It was too terrifying. Were the Dragon Valley Saint and the Wind Demon Saint fighting against such beings? No wonder he was killed. There was nothing he could do. He could only burn his life force again and block the attack like crazy. As for Lin Xian, he activated the Great Dragon Sword Spirit and once again fused with the Great Destruction Spear, causing a terrifying power to surge out. The Annihilation Fiery Lotus flew out. Its destructive aura could destroy everything in the world. Pung ping pung! The South Sea Saint was sent flying. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood, and a lot of blood appeared on his body. However, a crazed look appeared in his eyes. You forced me to do this. At worst, we'll just die together. A blue bottle flew out from between his eyebrows. This bottle was very small, only the size of a thumb. However, it was indeed very exquisite. There were many Dao runes on it. At that moment, under the South Sea Saint's control, it quickly grew in size and turned into a blue bottle. If one looked carefully, they would find that although the blue bottle was exquisite, the mouth of the bottle was sealed. Dao runes intertwined, forming a seal that sealed it. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from the sealed mouth. One could imagine that the thing that was sealed was definitely not ordinary. The seal was broken. The South Sea Saint roared angrily. Immediately, the seal formed by the inverted runes on it quickly disappeared. Then an extremely cold aura flowed out. It caused the North Demon, the Dark Red Dragon, and the others to tremble, revealing a trace of fear. Kid, be careful. This aura is too strange. The Dark Red Dragon warned. Yen Ryu also frowned. The green aura on his body circulated again, ready to attack at any time. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a golden light. He stared at the blue bottle. He saw that there seemed to be a black liquid flowing in the blue bottle. Black seawater? He frowned. This aura made him very uncomfortable. Therefore, he quickly attacked. He waved the Great Destruction Spear, and another terrifying sword chi flew out. Kid, have a taste of the moon blood. Ha! The South Sea Saint laughed arrogantly. He had gone crazy. At this moment, he threw out the blue bottle without holding back. Immediately, the black seawater in the bottle poured out. A terrifying aura spread out, as if an immemorial beast had been resurrected. This aura caused everyone's expression to change. The Dark Red Dragon even screamed. What? Moonblood? Damn it, it's actually such a thing. Don't let it touch you. This thing is very strange. After Lin Xian heard this, his 9-yang divine body bloomed with light, forming a terrifying domain that blocked everything. The sword light in his hand was even brighter. He also burned all the chi and blood in his body. The Great Dragon Sword's soul roared as if it was injected with blood essence. It came to life, causing Lin Xian's combat strength to soar again. 9 suns split the sky. A sword chi split the sky and earth, splitting the black blood in front of him. This sword directly sent the South Sea Saint flying. The bottle in his hand also fell to the side. The Dark Red Dragon quickly controlled the heaven-crippling chessboard and attacked the bottle. The South Sea Saint roared. Damn it, he wanted to recall the moon bottle again, but Lin Xian directly cut off his path. Another fierce battle ensued. However, in the end, the South Sea Saint was still swept away. His body was cut in half at the waist, and his heart was shattered. His soul also hurriedly ran out. Damn kid, I won't let you go. As soon as he finished speaking, his soul was penetrated. A sword chi took the shape of a dragon and firmly pierced his soul. Do you think I will give you a chance? Lin Xian's voice was cold. The Great Dragon Sword's soul exploded, directly destroying the soul of the other party. Dead, another saint was dead. The 4 saints who came were all killed. One of them was killed by Yen Ryu, and the other 3 all died in the hands of Lin Xian. If this news spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the entire ancient path of the starry sky. Going against mortals and killing saints, this kind of battle was originally something that only the top geniuses could do. It was not easy to defeat a saint, but now Lin Xian killed 3 saints in a row in one day. This kind of battle record was too dazzling, too shocking. After killing the South Sea Saint, Lin Xian also kept vomiting blood. His blood was golden, and at this moment, it was abnormally shocking. There were many more cracks on his body. Although rising from the ashes was powerful, using it too many times would damage the bloodline and the body. Fortunately, he had a divine body. Chapter 3365. Neither the North Demon nor the Dark Red Dragon were injured. On the other side, Yenryu also flew over. Her pale face now had a tinge of red. Previously, she had not been injured in the battle with the sages. However, she might have used more power than she could handle, so her body was a little weak. She could recover with a little rest. But Lin Xian was different. Lin Xian had fought with the sages again and again. He had narrowly escaped death, and his injuries were very serious. Although he had rising from the ashes, if he was not careful, his foundation would be damaged. If his foundation was damaged, it would be serious. It would affect his future martial path. So the Dark Red Dragon said, "Kid, don't worry about anything now. Hurry up and recover here. We'll protect you." Yenryu also nodded. The North Demon said, "I'll help you recover." As he spoke, he used the 10,000 demon body. His palms formed seals and the law of wood danced. The heavenly tree floated behind Lin Xian. The leaves on the tree all covered Lin Xian. They shone with a green light and were crystal clear. That was an extremely powerful life force. Lin Xian quickly sat down cross-legged. He swallowed the spiritual treasures and the pills he had refined. Then he formed seals with his palms and absorbed the life force that the North Demon gave him. At the same time, he secretly used the longevity incantation and his own law of wood to recover quickly. Just like that, Lin Xian sank into recovery. Yenryu protected him, the North Demon controlled the 10,000 wood divine tree, and the Dark Red Dragon began to clean up the battlefield. For sages had died. Some of them did not even have a corpse, and some were torn apart. The Dark Red Dragon took their Dharma treasures, storage rings, and everything that could be used. The items of the sages were very useful to them, so he would not waste any of it. He even put away all the sages and obtained the heavenly treasure bottle. He could not help but grin. 10 days later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. With the help of the North Demon and a large number of treasures, Lin Xian had completely recovered. There were no hidden injuries left. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about the problem of his foundation. "You're finally awake." Yenryu heaved a sigh of relief. The Northern Demon also took back the heaven-reaching divine tree. The Dark Red Dragon said, "Come, come, come, let's split the spoils. I've already divided the treasures of these 4 saints. Everyone had a share. It was absolutely fair." The Dark Red Dragon hugged the heavenly Aquarius and grinned. Lin Xian took a look. Indeed, it was pretty much the same. Other than the heavenly Aquarius, everything else was pretty fair. Lin Xian didn't object to this. Yenryu and North Yao didn't say anything either. This was because the sage's storage ring contained elixirs, cultivation techniques, weapons, and elixirs, which were all very useful to them. There were even some insights into the Great Tao. "Let's go. It's about time we leave and explore other places," Lin Xian suggested. The others also rose into the air, and the group left once again. Void Ocean. Ever since these people came in, there were battles everywhere. However, it was extremely rare for Lin Xian's side to lose 4 saints at once. The other battles were also very tragic. The weakest among them was a half-saint. Countless half-saints had died here, and their blood had dyed the sea red. There was a place where the battle was very intense. This was because there was also a cave abode at the bottom of the sea. The battle in that cave was also very tragic. There were about a dozen figures around it. They were injured, and their eyes were filled with fear as they stared ahead. There were also a dozen corpses on the ground around them. Each of them had died very miserably. A figure stood in front of these people. It was a man with a tall and sturdy figure. The phantoms of the 4 divine beasts appeared on his body. There were also terrifying emperor runes flickering on his body. Yen Nantian. Yes, it was him. "Yen Nantian, you're too arrogant. That cave abode is so big. Why do you want to take it all for yourself? That's right. Can't you share some with us?" The other half-saints roared madly. Among them, there was a saint. This saint's face was also cold. "Yen Nantian, you won't even let me in?" To be honest, he was really mad. It was fine if these half-saints couldn't enter because they were all ants in his eyes. But what was he? He was a saint who had transcended heaven and earth. How could the other party not even let him in? Other than Yen Nantian, no one here had entered the cave abode. The other party was too arrogant. Did he really think that he could show off in front of a saint just because he was the successor of a great emperor? You can force your way in, but the price is death. If you don't believe me, you can try. Yen Nanshan's voice was as cold as ever as he faced the saint. There was even a strong sense of threat in his voice. A saint? He was very powerful, but he was nothing in front of Yen Nantian. He was the successor of a great emperor. Although he was only a half-saint, he definitely had the strength to kill a saint. Fine, I'll see what's so special about you as the successor of a great emperor. That sage rushed over quickly, and a terrifying law surged out. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Yen Nanshan's eyes also shone with a cold light. Ever since the battle of the Vermilion Bird List, he had been in seclusion, and his strength had improved recently. Moreover, he had obtained some treasures in the Void Ocean, so he didn't care about facing a saint at all. At the end of the battle, the saint fled miserably, but Yen Nantian wouldn't let him leave. I've said it before. There's only one outcome for those who dare to provoke me, and that's death. Sky-destroying finger. With a point of his finger, the saint's body was torn into pieces, and only his soul escaped. Stay here. Sun and moon split open the sky. A terrifying scene appeared. Like a millstone that could destroy the world, the saint's soul was obliterated. The saint's body fell, shocking everyone. The surrounding half-saints were all stunned. They couldn't believe it at all. What happened in front of them? How could a saint die just like that? Heavens, had Yen Nantian already broken through to the saint realm? No, he was still using the nomological fragments, but he already had the strength to kill a saint. Damn it, these people retreated like crazy. Although the previous battle was tragic, they still had hope. However, how could they fight now? Even a saint was no match for Yen Nantian. Someone finally couldn't help but break down and flee like crazy. As soon as he fled, the surrounding people also fled. For a time, only corpses were left except for Yen Nantian. A bunch of ants. Yen Nantian sneered, then entered the cave below. A few days later, he came out with a smug look on his face. With one palm strike, the underwater world below was smashed into pieces. Countless cracks appeared on the huge rocks, swallowing up the cave. Not long after Yen Nantian left, another group of people arrived. The aura of this group of people was also extremely powerful. The leader was a young man. Chapter 3366. They were from the Sikong family. After they arrived, they looked at the people around them and said that there was a tragic battle around them. Wait, this is the corpse of a sage. They had a shocking discovery. Who was it that could kill even a sage? Who was the opponent? It was probably a powerful sect. They didn't know which faction it belonged to. There should be treasures here. Quick, find them. They searched frantically. There was a cave here, but it was covered by stones, but we still found it. They blasted the rocks away, revealing the cave at the bottom of the sea. However, they found that they couldn't enter. Damn it. We can't force our way into the cave left behind by a sage. It seems that we can only find the key. But that person must have already entered and taken the treasure. Forget it, let's find something else. The people from the Sikong family rose into the air and left quickly. A few days later, 4 figures appeared again. It was Lin Xian and the others. They looked at the battle around them and frowned. The dark red dragon said that a sage had fallen. I wonder who did it? They went down to take a look and found the cave. However, they couldn't enter it either. Let's go and find other opportunities. The dark red dragon and the others said. Lin Xian frowned and sensed carefully. Then he snorted. Yen Nantian did it. I sensed his aura. There was the aura of an emperor's mark and the sky-destroying finger. What? Yen Nantian. Damn it, I wonder how many sages the Vermilion Bird Palace sent this time. However, Lin Xian said that it was probably Yen Nantian who did it himself. He should have the strength to kill a sage. However, what did he obtain in this cave? Kid, be careful. Yen Nantian is not simple. He was only ranked 4th on the Abyss leaderboard. However, he improved by leaps and bounds in a few years and reached such an unbelievable level. Don't forget that he has the inheritance of a great emperor and the full support of the Vermilion Bird Palace. His strength is increasing every day. He's definitely not weaker than you. Don't be careless when you meet him. Don't worry. If I can kill him once, I can kill him a second time. I wonder how many monarch regeneration talismans this guy has? Even if he was the successor of a great emperor, he wouldn't have much of it. Yenryu also opened her red lips slightly. It would be great if he could meet him in the Void Ocean. Even if he couldn't kill him, he could use up all the great emperor regeneration talismans in his hands. Lin Xian nodded, then waved his hand, and the group left again. The Void Ocean was extremely vast and it was filled with dangers. In addition to the fights between the foreign experts, there were also some who died in the mouths of the terrifying sea demons. There were even some who didn't know what was good for them and ended up barging into Saint Seahorse's resting area. A single roar from Saint Seahorse instantly destroyed the dozen or so half-saints. Since then, that place had become a forbidden area. Everyone else had to take a detour around it. Deep in the sea, in the deep blue sea, a group of people quickly appeared. There weren't many of them, only 6 in total. Moreover, they were all very young. The leader of the group had a burly figure and a sharp gaze. It was as if he didn't put the world in his eyes. They were the experts of the 8-Wind Palace. The 8-Wind Palace was no weaker than the Vermilion Bird Palace. The leader of the group was one of the top young geniuses of the 8-Wind Palace. His name was Huang Jiao. At this moment, Huang Jiao and the others had also arrived at the deep blue sea. They immediately became vigilant. This was because the sea water here was much bluer than other places. Moreover, the heavy pressure was even more terrifying. Be careful. There might be some terrifying sea demons hiding here. Huang Jiao warned. The disciples of the 8-Wind Palace were also on high alert. The armor on their bodies flickered. They continued to move forward. Suddenly, they stopped in front of an underwater canyon. This was because they saw a figure standing in front of them. He was like an emperor, emitting a powerful aura. Even Huang Jiao frowned. Yan Nantian. He was shocked. The people of the 8-Wind Palace narrowed their eyes. Their hearts were all in their mouths. These were the most powerful people of the younger generation. Yan Nantian, the successor of a great emperor. They had only heard of him before. Now they finally saw him in person. To be honest, they didn't know Yan Nantian before. However, the 9 great emperor marks on Yan Nanshan's body were too dazzling. The oppressive energy was so powerful that they could recognize him at a glance. Seeing that there were people behind him, Yan Nantian turned his head. His eyes were like stars as they swept across them. Other than Huang Jiao, the other experts of the 8-Wind Palace behind him felt their scalps go numb. The people of the 8-Wind Palace. A faint smile appeared on Yan Nanshan's face. Seeing the smile on his face, the people of the 8-Wind Palace became nervous. Would Yan Nantian attack them? It would be difficult for them to stop him. Huang Jiao also said that since you're here, we'll look for it elsewhere. However, Yan Nantian said, there's no need. I've already searched this place. There's nothing to miss. If you want to look for it, go ahead. After saying that, his body swayed. The Emperor Marks carried him and flew into the distance. He left. The people of the 8-Wind Palace were stunned. They didn't expect that he didn't attack them. Could it be that there were really no treasures here? However, Huang Jiao said, that's not necessarily true. Although Yan Nantian is powerful, he's still from the younger generation. There might be times when he makes a mistake. This sea is obviously different from other places. So, we'd better search carefully. These people began to spread out and search. At the same time, a few more people came from the deep blue sea. Among them, Lin Xian and the others came as well. When they saw that the blue sea was different, they became interested. Most importantly, little white in Yenryu's arms. Its big black gem-like eyes were blinking. It sensed the aura of a treasure in front of it. Hearing that there was a treasure, everyone became interested. Little White was an expert at finding treasures. Yenryu smiled and took out many top-grade spirit fruits from the storage room and stuffed them into Little White's hands. While eating, Little White pointed the way for everyone. However, after walking for a long time, everyone frowned. This deep blue sea was too strange. There didn't seem to be any demonic beasts, and marine plants were useless. Was there really a treasure here? The dark red divine dragon also arrived. Kid, this place is too strange. Could there be a saint-level sea monster hidden here? After all, other sea monsters wouldn't dare to come to the territory of a sage. Indeed, along the way, they were attacked by sea monsters everywhere they passed, but they didn't encounter any here. That didn't make them wonder. They looked at Little White. Chapter 3367. Below, the dark rainbow divine dragon said, "Little guy, did you secretly drink the spiritual wine these 2 days and drink until you became stupid? There's nothing below." Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat after that group of people entered down because he sensed that the Tao stones he obtained had undergone a strange change. There was indeed a treasure. They were even more resplendent than before. They looked around and then Lin Xian remembered the whereabouts of the water Tao stone. That was the Tao stone. He came to the void sea for 2 purposes. They didn't expect that there was to help the Langya star obtain the great stone was the Tao stone of heaven and earth. The second was to find the water Tao stone. Even saints would be jealous of it. However, he seemed to have almost forgotten about this matter during the continuous battle with the sage. However, now that he saw the changes in the other Tao stones, all his strength Lin to break the Tao patterns in the surroundings, star had given him. Trying to forcefully the Tao stone was nearby. Suddenly, therefore he was wild with joy. Of the 8-wind palace rushed out. What did you find? 8 desolation the dark red divine dragon threw out terrifying punches. Yan Ryu and the North Demon of the 8-wind palace were very powerful. Lin Xian said to them, the water desolation stone I want should be an aura that looked down on the world. Find it. Their arms were like giant dragons. When the 3 of them heard this, powerful force, they also helped to search. With a single strike, the surrounding space the information that the Langya star had given him and combined it with the reaction of the Tao stone in his hand. Divine dragon so he quickly descended and waved the heavenly dragon divine claw, at a place, which turned into countless dragon claws and clawed immediately began to rumble collision and sounds and screams and a large crack was created by her desolation fists were shattered. The dark blue sea water shook violently. Of the 8-wind palace groaned as their arms bled and they retreated. Middle of the whirlpool. The faces of the people of the water came from inside the cave abode. Huang Jiu also frowned. Xian's eyes lit up. Which faction are you from? He knew that the water Tao stone if you don't want to die. His voice was like he let out a low claps of thunder. The dark red divine dragon and the other 2 also causing their blood to boil. They looked at the blue cave abode in front of them. Their eyes originally, the people around wanted to enter, but at now the entrance of the cave abode, there was a ball of blue water that seemed to be sealed. Moreover, they recognized that the leader waved his sword energy of the 8-wind palace. This attack caused the entire person was very to shake. It would be difficult for them to fight against anything. Therefore, he quickly waved his sword around the entrance of the cave and didn't enter directly. He split open the blue seal. The dark red divine dragon also rushed in. The dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens and naturally attracted the attention of many people. The blood of the people among in the desolation the faces of the people from the 8-wind palace outside the cave were even more There was shocked. A vibration. The dragon's roar. Could it be that a treasure had appeared? Were they from the dragons? Huang Jiu's eyes shone with a piercing dragon light. As over expected, Huang Jiu frowned. With a wave of his hand, Dragon Valley, he led the experts of the 8 desolation hall and flew over. The dark red divine dragon and his group and the others didn't deny it. There was now very a blue water to use the tiger skin now, which was completely condensed. He snorted coldly. On Since top of it was a fist-sized crystal. At this point, the crystal was the dragon blood and his body boiled even more. It was ocean blue in color and had countless Tao from the Dragon Valley. Those were natural Tao is not afraid. Water Tao stone. Huang Jiu snorted. Lin Xian's eyes flashed in his eyes. Great, although the dragons were strong, Lin Xian was too excited. Was not afraid. Now that he had found the water Tao stone, only the 5 elements Tao stone in his hand would be complete. Thinking of this, he stretched out a large golden hand and grabbed forward. Buzz buzz buzz. The Tao patterns in the surroundings reacted and quickly attacked, blocking Lin Xian's large hand. However, Lin Xian didn't care. If he wanted to take the treasure, nothing could stop him. However, at this moment, the dark red divine dragon exclaimed, "Oh no, someone is coming. Kid, if you want to take the treasure, we will help you stop them." The North Demon, Yan Ryu, and the dark red divine dragon turned their heads and stood in front, protecting Lin Xian firmly. Indeed, not long after, many figures flashed near the cave. Among them, a group of figures was incomparably powerful and directly stepped in. The fact that the Eight-Wind Palace was called that meant that they were very strong. Buzz, Huangjiao attacked. The Eight-Wind Palm. His palm pushed out. A terrifying power swept in all directions. Everyone's blood froze. It was too scary. Huangjiao was indeed terrifying. The people outside the cave were terrified. The dark red divine dragon snorted and was about to attack. However, the North Demon was faster than him. He slapped out with his palm. A green ray of light shot up from the sky like a bolt of lightning, directly blocking the palm of the other party. The two collided in the sky. The power swept in all directions. After the attack, the North Demon retracted his palm. Huangjiao's face darkened. Damn it, who is this person? How can he be compared to me? Chapter 3368. Huangjiao's face was incomparably cold, but at that moment, a sneer came from outside the cave. They're not from Dragon Valley, so you don't have to worry about anything. Just kill them. Yen Ryu and the others' faces changed, and the people outside exclaimed. They all stepped aside to make a path. Then, a figure walked over like an emperor. The people from Eight-Wind Palace also looked over, and in the next moment, they screamed. Yen Nantian. Huangjiao frowned. He didn't expect Yen Nantian to come back. Could it be that he didn't leave? However, what was even more shocking to him was the fact that these people were from the Dragon Valley. But just now, he clearly felt the dragon's blood and aura. I can guarantee that they're not from Dragonbone. Yen Nantian glanced at Huangjiao, then looked forward. His gaze swept across the three people, then stared at the figure in front of him who was snatching the Dao Stone. His eyes were filled with killing intent. I've finally found you. Not good. Crimson Shenong and the others' faces changed. They didn't expect to meet Yen Nantian in such a situation. But at that moment, Lin Xian, who was snatching the Dao Stone, said, I'll be able to snatch it in half an incense's time. Then I'll take his life. Hearing this, the people from Eight-Wind Palace and the people outside were shocked. Who was this person? He was so arrogant that he dared to take Yen Nantian's life. Huangjiao seemed to think of someone, but before he could think carefully, Yen Nantian said, I'll kill the person in front. You bring people to help me stop them. Once it's done, you can have the Dao Stone. I don't want anything. How about it? I can stop two at most. Huangjiao thought for a moment, then said, Indeed, he had seen the strength of the Crimson Divine Dragon and the North Beast. The beautiful woman in the middle shouldn't be weak either. 2 of them were enough. The rest of them were no match for me. Then, Yen Nantian made his move. The 4 Divine Beast Phantoms and the 9 Emperor Runes rushed out and flew forward. Wherever they passed, nothing could stop them. You're courting death. The Crimson Divine Dragon roared and attacked with the Heavenly Dragon Divine Claw. The North Yao also sent out 1 Longevity Blade beam after another. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the 2 of them each took a few steps back. Their arms were numb. Damn it, this guy's strength was too terrifying. The dark red divine dragon frowned. Even with the 2 of them working together, they were still sent flying. Yen Ryu said, Yen Nong, you guys, deal with the other 8-Wind Palace. A green light rose from her body, and an extremely terrifying power burst out, directly blocking Yen Nantian's path. On the other side, the people of the desolate 9 Greats 8-Wind Hall also rushed over, wanting to break through the encirclement. But the North Beast and the Crimson Beast. For a moment, the 2 sides began to fight. Yans, Yen Yanongs, Yans, Jiao Yans, Rutoyu, Esru Ingli, Es Yens. Teat to him. The other party seemed to have grasped some kind of terrifying power. Especially now, the green aura on the other party's body made his hair stand on end. However, he still had to make a move. Even if his opponent had a trump card, could he defeat him? Yen Lint, as thinking of this, he pointed his finger forward. Sky-destroying finger. With a finger, everything was destroyed. Sky Frost Palm. Yen Ryu's palm was covered in a green light. She pushed it out, and ice rose, trying to freeze her opponent's finger. An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The violent energy in the cave lit up the surrounding Dao runes. The martial artists who were watching the battle outside were blown away. It was too terrifying. So many experts were attacking at the same time? They retreated like crazy, hiding in the distance and watching secretly. The battle was very shocking. The 8 wind palaces people roared. The more they fought, the more shocked they were. The 2 people in front of them were too powerful. Even Huang Jiao was beaten to the point of vomiting blood, let alone the other members of the 8 wind hall. Yan Ruyu and Yan Nanshan's battle was even more intense. Yan Nantian displayed the lightning god's physique. His speed and power became incomparably violent. The sun and moon split open the sky, shattering all the ice around them. He was so powerful that it was as if a great emperor was reborn. He sent Yan Ryu flying. Yan Ryu's face was pale. She glanced at Lin Xian, who was cracking the Dao runes. Then, a shocking rune burst out from her eyes. Then an extremely terrifying power burst out. In her hand, a green lotus flower appeared. She grabbed it and threw it forward. With a boom, the terrifying attack was all sent flying. Yan Nantian was hit by the green light. He was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. This scene was simply too shocking. Huang Jiao and the people from the 8 Desolation Hall all stopped in their tracks. They looked at the scene, and their faces were full of horror. They quickly retreated. Damn it. What's wrong with this woman? How could she send Yan Nantian flying? Yan Nantian was someone who could kill a saint. Didn't that mean that this woman had the combat strength of a saint? Thinking of this, they felt a chill. Fortunately, Yan Nantian was here. Otherwise, they would have been killed if they had attacked. Damn it. Yan Nantian also stood up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his face became extremely ugly. He didn't expect that other than Lin Xian, there was someone who could hurt him. Moreover, this person wasn't a saint. You've hidden your strength well. Yan Nantian stared fixedly at Yan Ryu, especially at the lotus in her hand. Her combat strength was too strong. She was definitely not weaker than him. But before this, she didn't show it at all. Even though he was a genius as well, his reputation paled in comparison to his and Lin Xian's. However, he didn't expect that her strength was not weaker than them. Why did she hide it? If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Xian couldn't attack, he probably wouldn't know how terrifying Yan Ryu was. Since that was the case, he would play with her seriously. Yan Nanshan's eyes were cold. He took out the vermilion bird divine feather, enlarged it, and turned it into a flaming divine sword. Then he slashed out. Boom, boom, boom. The sword was extremely terrifying. It was as if a vermilion bird had been resurrected. The terrifying aura made it difficult for everyone to breathe. The biting cold sword chi slashed forward. It could split everything in half. The dark red divine dragon and the north demon both frowned. The people from the yellow inn were trembling in fear. Boom. Yan Ryu snorted coldly and waved the green lotus in her hand. Chapter 3369. The two of them clashed again, but not long after, Yan Nantian was sent flying again. He was furious. You forced me to do this. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Yan Nantian was really angry. This was his best chance to kill Lin Xian. He couldn't miss it. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to use his ultimate skill. The sky-destroying finger was countered by the 9 Emperor runes. Then, the 9 Emperor runes in the sky combined to form a starry sky. Then, a pagoda flew out from the starry sky. When the pagoda appeared, large cracks appeared in all directions. The people of the Eight-Wind Hall knelt on the ground, trembling. Even Huang Jiao's face turned pale. He didn't have the strength to resist at all. Oh no, it's the illusion of the hidden immortal pagoda. This guy was really a lunatic. The dark red dragon cursed. Only Lin Xian with his great dragon sword soul would be able to block such an illusion. They couldn't block it at all. He wondered if Yen Ruyu would be able to block it. The two of them looked at Yen Ruyu. Her face was pale. Obviously, she couldn't bear to use some of her power. However, when she saw the illusion of the hidden immortal pagoda, she seemed to have made a decision. You two, get behind me. I'm going to make a move. Speaking of this, the green light on Yen Ruyu's body became thicker. Extremely terrifying and mysterious runes appeared in her eyes. Suddenly, a hazy figure appeared on her body. Then, she waved the green lotus in her hand and blasted it forward. It swept over fiercely. Boom boom boom. The hidden immortal pagoda, the mysterious green figure, and the green lotus collided. Chaotic light burst out. The entire cave dwelling was torn apart and collapsed instantly. The people of the Eight-Wind Hall were also sent flying, vomiting blood. A few of them were directly killed and turned into blood mist. Everyone thought that nothing could block the illusion of the hidden immortal pagoda. However, the scene before them surprised them. The hidden immortal pagoda was blocked. How was this possible? Huang Jiao and the people who were watching in the dark all screamed. Yan Nanshan's pupils shrank. He was stunned. Someone else blocked his hidden immortal pagoda. This was simply too unbelievable. Lin Xian relied on the great dragon sword soul. What did the woman in front of him rely on? Why did he feel that the green figure and the green lotus on the other party's body gave him a fatal sense of danger? It was as if he was facing the hidden immortal pagoda. Could it be? Yan Nantian thought of a possibility, but he quickly shook his head. Impossible, he didn't even get that kind of thing. Not to mention the woman in front of him. In the sky, the two powerful phantoms gradually disappeared. The terrifying aura was still surging, and no one dared to approach. Yan Nantian did not attack again. Even the welcome of the hidden immortal pagoda could not do anything to the other party. He guessed that continuing to fight would be futile. Yan Nantian didn't expect something like this to happen today. He was prepared to stop and look for another opportunity. He turned to leave. However, at this moment, a cold voice rang out. You want to leave? Did I allow you to leave? When this voice came out, Huang Jiao and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. Yen Ruyu and the others smiled. Great, this was Lin Xian's voice. Lin Xian could speak now, which meant that he had succeeded in obtaining the treasure. Sure enough, they turned to look. In front of them, the water Dao stone was held in Lin Xian's hand and then put away. Damn it, you dare to stop me? Yan Nantian turned his head, and a terrifying killing intent burst out from his eyes. Why wouldn't I dare? Not only will I stop you, but I will also kill you. Lin Xian walked to Yen Ryu's side and took out a bottle of spiritual medicine for her to consume. He knew that Yen Ryu had a strong trump card, but this power could not be used easily. Once used, Yen Ryu would fall into a weakened state. Sure enough, Yen Ryu's face was pale without a trace of blood. Don't worry, leave the rest to me. Lin Xian said softly and then walked up. Yen Ryu nodded and looked at the other party's back, feeling very relieved. Yan Nantian, I didn't expect you to be so reckless. I was thinking of where to find you, but you actually delivered yourself to me. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian pulled out the Great Destruction Spear, and an extremely terrifying and fierce aura spread out. That was the Great Destruction Spear, and he was Lin Wudi. A scream rang out. After hearing this, the people from Eight-Wind Palace felt their scalps go numb, and they almost fainted from fright. Lin Wudi, the person in front of them, was the first on the Vermilion Bird list, the powerful existence who defeated Yan Nantian. They had actually wanted to make a move against such a person. Thinking of this, they felt a lingering fear, and their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, Yan Nantian had come halfway. Otherwise, they would probably be dead by now. Kid, my strength has increased greatly now, so I'm not afraid of you. If you have the ability, don't let that woman make a move. Let's fight alone. Yan Nantian was now very afraid of Yan Ryu. Lin Xian smiled. Don't worry, when we fight, they won't make a move. However, I'm curious. Where did you get the confidence to fight me now? I've killed you more than once. If you didn't have the Emperor Regeneration Talisman, you would have been killed by now. I want to see how many of them you have. Speaking of this, Lin Xian pushed the Great Destruction Spear, and streaks of terrifying sword chi flew out. Each streak was incomparably shocking, and it was as if the heavenly lightning had struck down. In an instant, the front was drowned by countless streaks of sword chi, forming a chaotic scene. In the distance, Huang Jiao and the others were terrified. These streaks of sword chi were too terrifying. The power on them made their hearts tremble even though they were so far away. They probably couldn't block even one of them. Yan Nandun snorted coldly, and his face darkened. The 4 divine illusions suddenly expanded, as if they had turned into 4 divine mountains, surrounding him and suppressing everything. They blocked the terrifying streaks of sword chi. This defense was strong, and it carried a heavy force that suppressed everyone until they couldn't breathe. Even the North Demon and the Dark Red Divine Dragon's expressions changed drastically. Damn it, compared to half a year ago, the other party was stronger. Yan Nanshan's improvement speed was too fast. The 4 divine beasts collided with the endless streaks of sword chi, piercing through everything. I've said it before. The current me is no longer the same as before. I lost to you back then, but I definitely won't lose again. Chapter 3370. Get lost. Yan Nantian let out a long roar, and the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. The cave that was already damaged completely collapsed at that moment. The energy continued to spread in all directions. Oh no! The people who were watching the battle from afar screamed in fear. Some of their ears exploded and blood gushed out. Many of them had cracks in their ears. Run! They quickly retreated. Yan Nantian was too powerful at that moment. The 9 emperor patterns on his body rushed out and circled above his head, forming stars that flickered with incomparably bright light. An extremely terrifying wave circulated between heaven and earth. The sun, the moon, and the stars split heaven and earth. That was an extremely terrifying divine power. It was the ultimate skill of the great emperor's inheritance. At that moment, it was extremely powerful and could destroy everything. Even Lin Xian frowned, and a piercing light shot out from his eyes as he quickly rushed into the clouds. Every beam of sword chi was as thick as a mountain. One after another, they danced with the great spear of destruction and rushed into the 9 heavens. After thinking about it, he shot down the 9 stars in the sky. The scene was too shocking. The 2 divine powers were going to compete to see who was better. The dark red divine dragon and the others also quickly retreated. Boom! With one strike, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The surroundings were completely turned into chaos. Nothing could survive. Yan Nantian and Lin Xian's figures were also drowned out. They could not see clearly at all. Damn it, how is the battle going? The people who were escaping in the distance were bewildered. Yan Ryu and the others also became nervous. Boom! Suddenly, an angry roar was heard. Then, the wind and clouds in the sky changed, and a figure appeared. Yan Nantian. However, at that moment, Yan Nanshan's body was covered in blood. 2 of his 4 divine beasts had been pierced and were terrifyingly transparent. On his body, there were 13 sword scars. They were densely packed and crisscrossed all over his body. Blood flowed from them and dyed his body red. Heavens, Yan Nantian is injured. They were stunned and could not believe it. Lin Wudi was too powerful. Not necessarily. Perhaps he was injured as well. Everyone looked carefully. Not long after, another figure appeared. It was Lin Wudi. Those people exclaimed. They realized that Lin Wudi was also injured, but his injuries were not serious. At that moment, the wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. What a strong recovery ability. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian, on the other hand, looked to the front and laughed coldly. What do you think? Didn't I say that you're no match for me? If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Damn it. Yen Nantian was crazy. He knew that the other party was powerful, but in the past half a year, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He had thought that he would be able to suppress the other party. In fact, he even managed to kill the other party. However, from the looks of things now, that wasn't the case at all. Nah, he said Lin Xian's. His injuries. This meant that he was being suppressed again. Damn it, I'll let you have a taste of my new treasure. Yen Nantian roared. Chaos chi spread out from his palm. It was a strange stone. The aura on it was too scary. Many people screamed when they saw it. Even Yen Ryu and the others exclaimed. Chaos chi? Could it be a chaos stone? Yen Ryu and the others exclaimed. Where did this guy get it from? The dark red divine dragon said. Didn't it prove that he was the one who entered the cave? Maybe he found a chaos stone there? The chaos stone was an extremely peculiar stone. It was born from the chaos chi. The chaos chi was an extremely primitive aura between heaven and earth. It possessed a mysterious and unfathomable power. Yen Nantian held the chaos stone in his hand. If he borrowed the chaos chi, his power would increase again. As expected, Yen Nantian held the chaos stone in his hand and stretched out his palm. The chaos chi formed a huge palm that covered the sky and earth as it came forward. Those who were watching from afar felt their bodies crack. The chaos chi was too scary. It could crush everything. Not good. Retreat. Yen Ryu and the others retreated quickly. Only Lin Xian was left. Lin Xian instantly felt a great pressure. Is this the chaos chi? His bones were also rubbing against each other. Creaking sounds could be heard from his body, as if it would break at any moment. Lin Xian shouted. A mysterious light appeared on his body. Then he used the Kunpeng movement technique to its limit. It's useless. You can't escape. Yen Nantian sneered. This is something I obtained in the void ocean. You didn't expect it, did you? Ha! Today is the day you die. Yen Nantian's eyes shone. But soon he frowned. His chaos chi could crush an area. Even a sage would be crushed into a bloody mist. So what if his opponent dodged? Could he escape from his palm? His palm had already turned into a world of its own. But soon, they realized that something was wrong. Lin Xian's speed was too fast. He was so fast that it exceeded his power. Damn it, what kind of movement technique is that? Why haven't I seen him use it before? Yen Nantian frowned. He couldn't even capture his opponent's figure and could only see some blurry afterimages. At this moment, Lin Xian's voice sounded. Did you get a treasure in the void ocean? Do you think I didn't? Today, I'll show you my movement technique. As he said that, Lin Xian's speed increased again. In the end, the sky was filled with afterimages. It was impossible to tell which one was real. However, at this moment, Lin Xian attacked. The great spear of destruction turned into streaks of sword chi and charged towards Yen Nantian. Yen Nantian's body trembled and the chaos stone in his hand almost fell out. Damn it! Yen Nantian used the Thunder God's body and the Hongwu fist to block it quickly. However, he knew that his plan to use the Chaos Stone to kill his opponent had failed. His opponent had indeed obtained a treasure, and it was a divine ability movement technique. This made him extremely jealous. His opponent's talent was not inferior to his, and he also had such good opportunities. Such a person was the most terrifying. He had no choice but to use that move. Yen Nantian summoned the illusion of the hidden immortal pagoda again. This time, the hidden immortal pagoda was surrounded by chaotic chi. Its power was even more terrifying than when he fought against Yen Ryu. Lin Xian used the Dragon Sword Soul to form the ancient desolate pagoda. Together with the power of the Kunpeng, its power was also terrifying. Chapter 3371. This time, he should be able to use up an Emperor Regeneration Talisman. Lin Xian looked at the fleeing figure, his eyes flickering. He did not chase after him. Next time, he should be able to kill him, right? In the distance, Those who saw this scene felt their bodies turn cold. It was too shocking. They had seen a peerless battle. The successor of a great emperor had been killed and was running away in a panic. No one knew if he had died in the end. These people were too terrifying. Now that we have the Dao stone, let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand. The dark red dragon said, "Sure, but before we leave, we have to take care of some people." He looked at the people from 8-Direction Palace. Because these people had attacked them twice before. Oh, people from 8-Direction Palace? All right, let's take care of them. Lin Xian nodded and walked forward. The people from 8-Direction Palace were scared out of their wits. Huang Jiao also screamed, "Stop, we are from 8-Direction Palace. Do you want to be enemies with 8-Direction Palace?" Just as he finished speaking, his body was pierced by a black spear. Then there was a miserable cry. The people from 8-Direction Palace were stunned. Their top genius couldn't even take a single blow from the other party? The difference was too great. Boom. Lin Xian used his strength and the Great Destruction Spear killed the other party completely. His soul did not even have time to escape. Then, he attacked again and killed the rest of the people from 8-Direction Palace. There were some people who were watching the battle. When they saw this scene, they immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. Lin Xian did not kill these people because they had no conflict with him. He was not a bloodthirsty person. Therefore, he left quickly with the dark red dragon and the others. After Lin Xian and the others left, those who were still alive sat on the ground, paralyzed. Until now, their souls had yet to come back to their senses. On the other side, in an empty sea region, a ray of light flew over. That ray of light was a bloody mist at first, but gradually, it condensed into a human figure. It was Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian was forced to use another great emperor rebirth blessing to heal himself. However, his eyes were bleeding. The great emperor regeneration talisman was a life-saving item. Under normal circumstances, he probably wouldn't even need one in a few hundred years. But now, he was using it again and again. In the past half a year, he had used 3 great emperor regeneration talismans. In addition to the one he had used in Heaven Flame City, he now had 4 great emperor regeneration talismans. Even though he was the successor of a great emperor, he only had 5 regeneration talismans. Now that he had used 4 of them, there was only one left. This last one was different from the previous ones, as it was a complete martial monarch regeneration talisman. It was a treasure that could allow him to instantly recover to his original state. It was also the treasure that he was most reluctant to use. In other words, he still had a chance to be reborn. If he were to die in the future, his soul would truly be destroyed. Lin Xian. He clenched his teeth at the mention of this name, as it was this person who had killed him 3 times, forcing him to use 3 monarch regeneration talismans. But now, he was no match for the other party, so he did not plan to attack again. It was better to wait until he completely became a saint. At that time, he would be able to open up more great emperor inheritances. But he would not let the other party have it easy. He remembered that the Cloud Sky Saint had a grudge with this guy. Coincidentally, the Cloud Sky Saint was also here, so he could join forces with the Cloud Sky Saint. Also, he could send out the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace. Huang Jiao and the others who had stayed there had probably been killed, right? He could also tell the 8-Wind Palace. Then, he could spread the news that the other party had obtained the Dao Stone. Basically, he could gather some people to attack the other party. Even if he could not kill the other party, he had to injure the other party. At the very least, he would not let the other party feel comfortable. Thinking of this, a vicious look appeared in Yan Nanshan's eyes. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others had also left. They continued on their way. The Void Sea was really vast. After flying for so long, they still had not reached the end. However, after flying for about half a month, Lin Xian and the others once again found that there was a great battle ahead. And the battle was very intense. The Dark Red Divine Dragon and the North Demon were also excited. They felt a force summoning them. It should be the Sea Demon's treasure. It should be the Saint's treasure. The Dark Red Divine Dragon was a little excited, so Lin Xian and the others increased their speed. As soon as they got closer, they saw a bloody light surging into the sky. The terrifying killing intent made many people's hearts skip a beat. It was so terrifying. This was the blood of a demon saint, and there was a lot of it. From afar, they saw a corpse that was like a small mountain. The white bones were hideous, like a mountain of bones standing there. In the middle of the mountain of bones, there was a huge blood-colored vortex. It was the blood of a demon saint. After death, it did not dissipate. Instead, it gathered on the white bones. At this moment, the surrounding people were all attacking, as if they wanted to snatch the blood-colored vortex. What pure demon blood! Kid, this is good stuff. It will be very useful to me. The dark red divine dragon was very excited. Beside him, the North demon's eyes were also shining. He also had the 10,000 demon body, so the blood of a demon saint was also useful to him. Since that was the case, let's do it. Lin Xian and the others rushed forward. At the front, the battle was very intense. Many forces were fighting, so the arrival of Lin Xian and the others did not attract much attention. This was because the teams were usually arranged with about 10 people. For people were too few. As expected, when Lin Xian and the others got closer, someone sneered, "Die, ants." A terrifying blade light rushed towards them. The dark red divine dragon sneered. There are really people who don't know what's good for them. His dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The blade light in front of him shattered continuously, and the half-saint who had attacked also exploded into a mist of blood. Seeing this scene, the others' faces changed. Heavens, who is this person? It's too scary. He killed a half-saint with a roar? The dragon roar, could it be that the experts of the Dragon Valley had come? No one answered them. Lin Xian said, "Let's do it." He waved his golden fist, and in an instant, 6 half-saints were sent flying. On the other side, Yen Ruyu used the Sky Frost Palm and instantly froze 5 half-saints. The North Demon and the Dark Red Divine Dragon also attacked. In an instant, the half-saints around them were sent flying. This scene was simply too shocking. The experts who were still fighting in the surroundings all stopped and stared at the 4 people in bewilderment. Who are they? It's too scary. Are they saints? They did not dare to believe it. The half-saints were like paper in front of them, and they were sent flying with a slap. The group arrived in front of the blood-red vortex. Ruffian Dragon, North Demon, you 2 go in. Ryu, you go in too. Lin Xian looked at the 3 of them. The Dark Red Divine Dragon and North Demon could not wait any longer. However, Yen Ryu shook her head. I don't need it. Thinking about it, Yen Ryu had a mysterious power in her body. As long as she could control this power, it would be stronger than any demon blood. Chapter 3372. Lin Xian wasn't a monster. If he wanted to absorb it, he would have to spend a long time tempering the baleful aura within. Therefore, he didn't plan to absorb it. Dark Red Divine Dragon and North Yao. One was a monster, while the other was a monster. It was most suitable for the 2 of them to absorb it. However, just as the 2 of them were about to enter, a cold snort rang out. If you want to enter, ask the sword in my hand first. Do you agree? This voice was too terrifying. Countless strands of sword chi surrounded the blood-red vortex, causing many cracks to appear around it. Dark Red Divine Dragon and North Yao stopped. They frowned and turned around. Lin Xian said, "The 2 of you can go in. Ruyu and I will protect you. No one can disturb you." The North Demon and the Dark Red Divine Dragon entered the blood-red vortex. Yen Ryu leaned to the side and summoned her green lotus, which froze in the void. "You're courting death. How dare you not listen to me?" The person who spoke in the distance was furious. How dare someone ignore him? Between the heavens and the earth, countless sword chis were densely packed. Like a rain of swords, they slashed forward. This aura was too terrifying. The surrounding half-saints felt their bodies turn cold. Many of them even screamed that the little sword saint had made his move. Faced with this terrifying rain of swords, Lin Xian turned his head, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. With a turn of his palm, a huge golden hand sucked in all the surrounding seawater, forming a water qilin that charged forward. Wherever it passed, It brought about endless waves that clashed with the sword chi that filled the sky. Boom, boom. Earth-shattering sounds rang out. The water qilin roared and blasted away many strands of sword chi. However, there were still some sword chi that pierced through the water qilin's body. Then, it charged forward at an extremely fast speed. Lin Xian was shocked. This person's sword chi was unusual. It could actually pierce through his water qilin. The surrounding people exclaimed. That brat was dead. How dare he ignore the little sword saint? He would probably go to hell today. The little sword saint sneered. Someone actually dared to ignore his sword chi. He really didn't know what was good for him. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sword chi arrived before Lin Xian. These sword chi carried a sharp light that could cut through anything in the world. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. His lips curled into a smile. Interesting. He reached out with his golden hand and grabbed forward. That hand was capable of capturing even true dragons. Thus, in an instant, it had captured over 100 strands of sword aura. Over 100 streaks of sword chi clashed, releasing a biting cold killing intent. They wanted to break free, but they couldn't. He was firmly pressed into the void by the golden hand. Then, Lin Xian grabbed over 100 sword chis and threw them out with all his might. Over 100 sword chis flew out and all of them stabbed towards the figure in the distance. The little sword saint's body went cold. His pupils shrank as he felt a great sense of danger. With a sway of his body, he used his movement technique and quickly dodged the sword chi. At the same time, his face was gloomy as he looked ahead. The other party was actually able to receive his sword chi with his bare hands. Just who was this person? He really couldn't believe it. Although he was still a half-saint, the terror of his sword chi could already contend with a saint. That was why he was called the Little Sword Saint. In the past, when he attacked, no one could stop him. A half-saint of the same level couldn't even block one of his attacks. It could be said that he was arrogant, but today he had met his match. "Who are you?" The Little Sword Saint asked coldly. Lin Xian raised his head and carefully sized up the other party. In the distant sky, there was a person wearing battle armor. His face was cold, and he looked young and flamboyant. The sword chi on his body was constantly circling around him, making him look like a sword god. What was even more surprising was that the other party's sword chi also contained many laws. The fragments were like small rune swords that made one feel cold just by looking at them. The sword law. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect the other party to comprehend the sword law. It was really incredible. There were thousands of laws, and the sword law was one of them. However, it was very rare. Those who could comprehend the sword law were very rare. Now, he actually met one. Moreover, the other party was also a top-notch swordsman. This made Lin Xian somewhat happy. The sword law? I didn't expect that I couldn't comprehend the sword law. Interesting. The little sword saint's face sank. Seeing the other party talking to himself and not answering his question, he was going crazy. Was he being ignored again? He roared, and the sword law fragments that filled the sky danced, piercing through everything and sending them flying. A terrifying black hole formed in the void ocean. I asked you, who are you? My name is Lin Xian. Lin Xian? I've never heard of you. Which sect are you from? The little sword saint asked again. He felt that the other party was very unusual because no one could catch his sword chi with their bare hands. Beat me and I'll tell you. Lin Xian also walked out. He was very interested in the other party, so he wanted to fight with him. You're courting death. I'll fulfill your wish. The little sword saint rushed out and waved his hand. Countless sword law fragments slashed forward. In an instant, the void in front of him shattered. Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. He waved his arm. A sword chi also flew out. Was he also a swordsman? The little sword saint saw that the other party also shot out sword chi. The little sword saint was stunned, but soon he sneered. They were both swordsmen. So what? He was different from ordinary half-saints because he had comprehended the law of the sword. In terms of sword chi, even a saint might not be able to beat him. Therefore, at this moment, when he saw that the other party also shot out sword chi, he immediately sneered. The surrounding people also discussed spiritedly. They didn't expect that this person was also a swordsman. However, he was too stupid to compete with the little sword saint in sword chi. Yes, if he used other divine abilities, he might be able to block it. However, in terms of sword chi, he had no chance of winning. Everyone was optimistic about the little sword saint because the little sword saint's reputation was too strong. Especially when he used the sword law, it was unparalleled. However, they were soon stunned because they found that the two sword chi in the sky were in a stalemate. Lin Xian shot out metal sword chi. The terrifying golden sword light was incomparably sharp and could tear everything apart. How is this possible? How can it compete with my sword chi? The little sword saint was also stunned. In his opinion, he could easily break the other party's sword chi and even break the other party's head. However, this scene surprised him. It's actually the metal law? It's really sharp. However, no matter how sharp it is, how can it compare to my sword law? Sword controlling technique, kill. He roared angrily and waved his hand. The sword law around him formed 13 sword laws and charged forward. In an instant, the green sword light in front of him was split apart. The 13 sword laws weaved between heaven and earth. Chapter 3373. The little sword saint unleashed 13 swords of the laws, sweeping across the world. Those sword shadows were extremely strange, quickly stabbing towards Lin Xian's 13 vital points. Sword controlling technique? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and waved his arm again. This time, he unleashed the swords of water. These swords of water were very soft, like poisonous snakes, quickly coiling around the swords of the laws. The swords of the laws seemed to have sunk into a quagmire, slowing down, and the light on them dimming. It was as if they were about to be obliterated by this soft power. The surrounding people were already stunned, but the little sword saint was surprised. His opponent was so strange. First, he had such a strong sword skill, and now he unleashed such a soft sword chi. His opponent's sword style was so strange and ever-changing. It was really rare for him. One had to know that a person's fighting style was usually either violent, soft, or vicious. It was rare to use both strong and soft. He didn't expect the person in front of him to be so strange, but he snorted. So what if it was strange? He was very confident in his sword controlling technique. Sword controlling technique, selfless sword. As the voice sounded, the 13 swords of the laws became even more terrifying. They were like peerless sword chi, shining brightly. Lin Xian also waved his hand, and the swords of water were even softer. The two completely opposite forces collided in the sky, and the surrounding sea was instantly shattered, creating a vacuum zone. It was like a river of space, making people tremble. In the end, the 13 swords of the laws were forcibly entangled, fixed in the void, and could no longer move forward. Sword controlling technique? Not bad. The laws of the sword are not bad, but do you have any other methods? Lin Xian raised his head and looked forward, asking indifferently, "Damn it, what's wrong with this guy?" His opponent's tone made him very unhappy, so the little sword saint snorted, formed a seal with his fingers, and shouted coldly. Sword controlling technique, Heavenly Dipper Sword. The 13 swords of the laws seemed to be summoned, and suddenly broke free, turning into 13 dense sword chi. It enveloped Lin Xian, and it looked like it wanted to use a sword array. Terrifying sword laws danced non-stop. The place where Lin Xian was at formed a world of sword chi. Lin Xian used the green lotus sword to fight. Astonishing sword chi collided in the air, and the two were locked in a fierce battle. The Big Dipper sword formation was extremely terrifying and mysterious. However, Lin Xian was not only a sword expert, he was also a formation master. Therefore, he was able to easily block the attack of the sword array. On the other side, the little sword saint was indeed stunned. Even the Heavenly Dipper sword formation couldn't do anything to him? In that case, the other divine abilities that were similar to the Big Dipper sword formation shouldn't be able to harm him. Thinking of this, a cold look appeared in his eyes. Looks like I can only use that one. Brat, you should be proud to be able to witness my ultimate technique. Now give me hell. His hands continued to form hand seals, and sword seals appeared in the sky. The 13 swords of the laws were also waved non-stop, and then scattered, turning into small rune swords. Each of them carried a law, and they were densely packed. The entire sea was completely enveloped. Sword controlling technique, myriad sword art. Following the order, thousands of small rune swords, carrying nomological fragments, rushed over like dragons. The area in front of him was completely engulfed. The surrounding people were all stunned. Myriad sword art? That was the little sword saint's ultimate technique. Once the myriad sword art was used, it was said that even saints had to retreat. No matter how strong that person was, he shouldn't be able to block it, right? That was for sure, unless he was a saint. The little sword saint also revealed a cold smile. Once he used his strongest ultimate technique, his opponent would definitely die. However, his smile soon froze, because he saw a fiery red light suddenly lit up in the sky. It was a flame. How was it possible that the other party was going to use a fire divine ability in the sea? But it would be suppressed here. The little sword saint was surprised, and the surrounding people were also stunned. They didn't expect the other party to use the 13th flame at this time. Shouldn't he use the sword of water? What an idiot! Many people shook their heads and sneered. But soon, they were all stunned because the fiery sword chi was getting bigger and bigger. And it brought with it a destructive aura, which was also very terrifying. Then, everyone was completely stunned. Countless sword chi was shot up into the sky by the fiery sword light. It could cut through the 9 heavens, and it directly slashed forward. Wherever it passed, everything was shattered. With a boom, the rune swords of the myriad sword art were all swept away and shattered into pieces. Not good. The little sword saint's pupils shrank, and he dodged crazily. But he was still swept by the sword chi. Suddenly, half of his body was split open. Blood also flowed out of his mouth uncontrollably. Everyone was stunned. Was the little sword saint defeated? Moreover, he was in such a sorry state. The person in front of them only used a sword chi to break the myriad sword art. Who was this person? Lin Xian looked at the other party and said indifferently, "Your strength is not bad, and the law of sword is also very rare. According to my estimate, you should be stronger than Long Zhaotian. Among the half-saints, you are considered the top. But unfortunately, you met me." Indeed, if the other party's strength was on the Abyss leaderboard, he would definitely be able to surpass Long Zhaotian. He would be ranked behind him and Di Ling. However, Lin Xian was no longer comparable to a half-saint. He had already killed 3 saints. Even the descendants of the great emperors were not his match. Not to mention the little sword saint in front of him. Unless the other party became a true sword saint, perhaps he would be able to fight with him. Hearing these words that sounded like an elder's evaluation of a junior, the little sword saint was about to go crazy. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Damn it, who are you? Who are you?" "I said that my name is Lin Xian. You may be unfamiliar with this name, but perhaps you should know my other title. They all call me Lin Wudi." "What Lin Wudi?" The little sword saint was stunned. Everyone else was also stunned. These 3 words were like a clap of thunder that struck their hearts, causing them to tremble. Soon they all gasped. The little sword saint's body also trembled slightly. Lin Wudi. These 3 words were like a mountain that resounded through the ancient path of the stars. This was the first on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard, the peerless prodigy who killed the great demon and defeated Yen Nantian. So it was him. Everyone exclaimed. No wonder he could defeat the little sword saint so easily. That's right. He was probably the only one who could do that. Exclamations sounded one after another. The little sword saint also seemed to have been drained of all his strength. He was a sword Dao genius with great strength. He even had the qualifications to compete with saints. Chapter 3374. Who else wants to try? Lin Xian looked around. Suddenly, the surrounding experts all retreated and lowered their heads. No one dared to look at Lin Xian. Even the little sword saint had been defeated by him. They probably wouldn't be able to defeat him. What a bunch of trash. Even if they aren't his match in a one-on-one fight, they should be able to find an opportunity to attack him in a group. A disdainful sneer came from afar. When the experts heard it, their faces turned red and they trembled with anger. Damn it, who dares to insult us? Who is it? Come out. I'll kill you with my axe. A hot-tempered half-saint snorted. His terrifying voice resounded like thunder. The others also snorted. Who are you to sneak around? What right do you have to talk about us? Bang, bang, bang. However, as soon as these people finished speaking, they were hit in the face and directly fell into the void. Their faces had been smashed, and their bodies were trembling. A figure appeared. How dare you talk back to me? You don't have to live anymore. As he spoke, the heads of those people were instantly cut off. The half-saint blood dyed the sea red. Suddenly, the surrounding people gasped and shrank their necks in fear. They quickly retreated. Who is this person? He's too terrifying. They originally thought that the person who mocked them wasn't much, but now it seemed that they were wrong. This person was very powerful. The little sword saint's pupils shrank and his face turned pale. It seems that someone powerful has come. However, this method was a little too bloody. Lin Xian and Yen Ryu frowned. Who's so arrogant? Killing people just because of a few words? One had to know that he didn't kill any half-saints when he fought with these people. The person who came is probably not a kind person. I said that you're trash, but you didn't agree. Now, who dares to refute me? The figure appeared. He stood in the void with his hands behind his back and asked faintly. No one dared to talk back to him because the 3 half-saints who talked back were all killed instantly. It's you. You Lingzi. The little sword saint exclaimed. Yes, it's me. That person stood with his hands behind his back. His body was translucent, which was very strange. When the others heard this, their scalps went numb. Was it you Lingzi? No wonder he was so powerful and his methods were so vicious. Yu Lingzi was an extremely terrifying expert in the Dark Knight Divine Palace and his methods were extremely cruel. He was good at assassination. With a single move, he had taken the life of a half-saint. It was even rumored that Yu Lingzi had killed a saint-level expert before. Although it was an assassination, and it was said that the saint was injured, this was a clear indication of Yu Lingzi's strength. Yu Lingzi glanced at the little sword saint and coldly snorted. To think that you were called the little sword saint. Who would have thought that you would lose so miserably? The little sword saint's face darkened as well. Yu Lingzi, don't be so arrogant. Do you know who I'm facing? He's Lin Wudi. Do you think you can contend against him? Lin Wudi? Yu Lingzi's eyes shone with a black light as he stared straight ahead. The corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Like I said, if we can't fight one-on-one, then let's attack together. We can always find a chance to kill him. Attack together? The little sword saint sneered. Against such a person, the human wave tactic was useless. That was indeed the case. For example, once he used the 10,000 sword art, tens of thousands of sword chi would be unleashed. No matter how many people there were, they wouldn't be able to block it. This was absolute strength. However, Yu Lingzi laughed. At least, they weren't comparable to Yu Lingzi. It was even possible that there were other saints. In the distance, a few more figures appeared. Their auras were extremely powerful. The little sword saint was extremely shocked. The surrounding people were so frightened that they knelt on the ground and even trembled. Oh heavens, who are these people? These people were all top-notch experts. Who was it? Who was it that gathered them together? Could it be that they came for the same purpose? To kill Lin Wudi? Chapter 3375. Among the 3 newcomers, the one in the north was a huge man. He had dragon scales all over his body and dragon horns on his head. He looked mighty and extraordinary. The dragon blood surged, causing the hearts of countless half-saints to beat wildly. His name was Long Shan. On the west side, there was also a domineering man who looked like a king. His aura caused the world to tremble. He was an expert from the 8-Wind Hall. Desolate Overlord. The man on the east side was slender and had a scholarly face. He was dressed like a scholar and even had a book in his hand. He had a strong scholarly aura. He looked like a scholar who had come to the capital to take the imperial examination. No one wanted to snatch him away. He was called Sikong Jing. Although he looked like a scholar, he was able to stand beside Cloud Sky Saint. It was enough to show that his strength was extraordinary. There was another person standing far away with a cold smile on his face, not daring to approach. The surrounding half-saints sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh my heavens, these are all top-notch experts. With Cloud Sky Saint, even the other saints would not be able to escape from such a lineup, let alone Lin Wudi. They were afraid that Lin Wudi was going to die. The little sword saint was also very nervous. If such a lineup was to fight him, even if he had 10 lives, it would not be enough. Little sword saint, do you want to join forces? Yu Lingzi looked forward. The little sword saint's face was gloomy, but then he said, if you don't join forces, I won't interfere. He quickly retreated. Forget it, it's okay to lose you. The few of us will be enough. These people were very strong and confident. If they joined forces, Lin Wudi would not be able to escape death. It seemed that there would be another great battle. Yen Ryu took a deep breath. Her beautiful eyes shone with seriousness. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He did not forget to look at these people. Instead, he looked at the figure in the distance. Yen Nantian. He snorted coldly. It was indeed Yen Nantian's doing. However, what surprised him was that he saw that it was not Yen Nantian's real body, but a clone through his heavenly secret divine eyes. It seemed that Yen Nantian was afraid of dying again, so he only dared to send a clone to watch the battle. You guys were called over by Yen Nantian, right? I wonder what benefits he gave you guys to actually make you guys attack at the same time? However, you have been deceived by him. He has already been killed by me several times. Even if you join forces, how can you be my opponent? I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, once we start fighting, don't blame me for being impolite. Impolite to us? Long Shan sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. On the other side, Desolate Overlord scoffed coldly. You are too naive. You killed Yen Nantian and we admit that you are strong, but so what? Every single one of us here is basically capable of contending with Yen Nan's heaven. Even if he couldn't beat him, he wouldn't be too far off. With so many of us working together, even Yen Nantian was defeated by us. You are no exception. The heavens have a good life. As long as you give me the Dao stone you obtained, I can consider leaving. Right at this moment, Sikong Jing also spoke. His gaze was steady, his voice was steady, and his body still did not carry any terrifying aura. However, Lin Xian furrowed his brows when he heard those words. You want my Dao stone? Are you kidding me? I won't give it to others. Since we can't come to an agreement, then let's fight. I want to see what kind of ability you have to dare to kill me. He took a step forward, and the aura on his body became violent and terrifying. The 9-yang divine body shone brightly, and rays of sword chi shot into the sky. At this moment, Lin Xian seemed to have become a peerless god of war. Beside him, Yen Ryu also walked out, her body emitting a terrifying aura. She did not touch Zhu Qinglian. Instead, she placed it near the blood vortex to ensure the safety of the dark red divine dragon and the northern demon. This kid's life is mine. Cloud Sky Saint stood out, his cold gaze fixed on Lin Xian. Hee, then I will play with this beauty. Yu Lingzi had his eyes on Yen Ryu. Long Shan, Desolate Overlord, and Sikong Jing stood there without moving. Their eyes flickered as they looked at the two with a cold smile. The surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. How were they going to fight? There were too many of them. Cloud Sky Saint alone could restrain Lin Xian. No matter how strong the peerless beauty beside him was, could she block the attacks of the other experts? It was impossible. She would probably be defeated in an instant. Seeing this, Lin Xian was not worried. He turned his head to look at Yen Ryu. She would use her doppelgangers. She could create a few doppelgangers. Speaking of this, his eyes shone with a piercing cold light. With a wave of his hand, endless fragments of the law of water gathered, absorbing the essence of the void sea around him to form a water doppelganger. On the other side, he once again formed a metal doppelganger and an earth doppelganger. Lin Xian instantly formed 3 doppelgangers. The 3 doppelgangers were surrounded by the law of water, and it was piercingly cold. Yen Ryu also formed a blue doppelganger. It was covered in ice and was abnormally terrifying. It was an ice doppelganger. Lin Xian fought Cloud Sky Saint, the metal doppelganger fought Desolate Overlord, and the earth doppelganger fought Long Shan. On the other side, Yen Ryu's ice doppelganger fought Sikong Jing, while Yen Ryu targeted Yulingzi. In an instant, basically everyone had found their opponents. At this time, only Lin Xian's water doppelganger was left. The water doppelganger merged into the void sea and quickly charged forward. He was very fast. His target was Yen Nanshan's doppelganger in the distance. He wanted to kill him first. In an instant, the water doppelganger charged forward. Cloud Sky Saint, Long Shan, and the others frowned. How dare he send so many doppelgangers to deal with them? Was he looking down on them? One had to know that they were not afraid even if Yen Nanshan's real body came. But now, Yen Nantian had only sent his doppelganger. This made them feel humiliated and humiliated. Damn brat, I will destroy your doppelganger in an instant, then capture you and make you suffer a fate worse than death. Their faces were extremely cold. They were all peerless experts who could laugh proudly in a region. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? Cut the crap, let's do it. Cloud Sky Saint was the first to attack. He did not care how many doppelgangers Yen Nantian had. His target was Yen Nanshan's real body. So, in an instant, Cloud Sky Saint rushed out and enveloped Yen Nantian. A terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. This was a true law. The terrifying aura instantly shattered the surrounding seawater, and the terrifying aura made the hearts of the experts in the distance beat wildly. They quickly retreated. Once these people started fighting, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Lin Xian roared. The other doppelgangers moved quickly, while his real body was like an overlord. His voice was like thunder, shattering the surrounding space. Sword chi rushed out of his body like a heavenly sword, sweeping in all directions. At this moment, he was extremely powerful. What a terrifying sword chi! The little sword saint retreated far away. He was extremely shocked when he felt the aura. It seemed that Yen Nantian did not use his full strength when fighting with him previously because he could not block the sword chi now. This person was really too terrifying. Although he did not comprehend the sword law, his sword principle was not inferior to his at all. Chapter 3376. In front of him, a violent collision sounded. It was very terrifying. Lin Xian was incomparably powerful. The great destruction spear in his hand was constantly brandishing, colliding with the Sky Saint's domain. The entire underwater world shook violently. He was like a peerless sword god, splitting heaven and earth apart. Sky Saint's expression changed. He realized that his domain was actually shaking, as if he could not suppress the other party. This was really too unbelievable. Because when he fought with the other party in the Demon Cultivation Valley, the other party seemed to be afraid of him. Therefore, he used a trap to lure him into the demon altar. At that time, he thought that the other party was not his match at all. But now, it seemed that the other party's strength had become so strong that he almost could not suppress the other party. Damn it, what exactly happened to the other party? Why did his strength undergo such a drastic change? Thinking of this, his expression became even more gloomy. The other party was really too terrifying. Why did his talent look even more terrifying than Yen Nanshan's? He estimated that in a few years, the other party would surpass him. At that time, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens to kill the other party. Therefore, this was almost his last chance. The nomological laws on Sky Saint's body became more and more biting cold. He quickly waved his domain. In that domain, there were countless clouds and mist surrounding it, bringing with it an unparalleled pressure. Those clouds and mist might look ethereal, but they all contained murderous intent. They were all formed by nomological laws. Lin Xian's battle was extremely shocking. This power was really too terrifying. The two of them fought fiercely, and the people in the distance were all stunned. Heavens, this Lin Wudi could actually fight with a saint. It was really unbelievable. The other battles were also shocking. Among them, Yen Ryu was facing Yulingzi. Yulingzi appeared and disappeared mysteriously, but Yenryu's sky frost palms caused the surroundings to be filled with ice. Anyone who approached her would be frozen. For a moment, Yulingzi could not get close. The other people's performance was equally terrifying. The desolate overlord was like a peerless overlord. When he opened and closed his palms, his aura could swallow mountains and rivers. The one fighting with him was Lin Xian's metal avatar. The metal nomological laws on his body were extremely sharp, like a peerless divine sword. He was constantly rampaging, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. Courting death. Long Shan was incomparably berserk. With a long roar, the dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The powerful force could destroy everything. The bodies of dragons were strong to begin with, and this Long Shan was an expert among dragons. It could be said that his life and death were astonishing. However, Lin Xian's law of earth was also incomparably powerful. The body formed by the law of earth carried a heavy power. Every punch was powerful enough to crush mountains and rivers. The two sides were also in a deadlock. This scene stunned everyone. How could this be? Long Shan and Desolate Overlord were both at the peak of the half-saints. Their strength was enormous, but now, if he was only able to fight to a draw with his opponent's clone, how terrifying would his opponent's true body be? However, there were also experts who frowned. No, that wasn't an ordinary clone. Didn't you all notice? The avatar represented Lin Wudi, who had mastered a single law. Clearly, he had mastered many different laws. What was condensed now was a body of laws, and its power was unparalleled. It was probably not much weaker than his main body. The only drawback was that it could not be condensed for a long time. This was terrifying. Thinking of this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Currently, Lin Wudi had displayed the law of metal, the law of water, and the law of earth, 3 laws. In that case, he still had at least one law in his hands because he was fighting with Cloud Firmament Saint. Didn't this mean that he had comprehended at least 4 laws? Moreover, there might be more. Thinking of this, they were extremely shocked. This Lin Wudi was too incredible. One had to know that laws were very difficult to comprehend. It was already very difficult for them to comprehend one. Moreover, to comprehend a profound law, one would have to spend a lot of time and energy. Therefore, very few people could comprehend multiple laws. Even if they did, it would be in 2 complementary formats. There were also some who comprehended multiple laws, but one was the main one, and the others were supplementary. However, looking at Lin Wudi's appearance, it seemed that each law was very powerful. Damn it, was the other party still human? Where did the other party get so much energy to comprehend so many laws at the same time? Dao stone, it must be a Dao stone. Didn't the other party seize a Dao stone? I guess that he might have other Dao stones in his hands. Otherwise, his other laws wouldn't be so powerful, right? When these words came out, the others were shocked and their eyes burned with passion. However, when they saw the intense battle in front of them, they all sighed. So what if the other party had more treasures on him? They didn't dare to seize them. Didn't they see that Cloud Firmament Saint was almost unable to suppress the other party? Lin Xian's sword energy was really too terrifying. It was like a vast sea that rushed into the sky. Every strike caused the sacred domain to tremble. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian didn't hold back at all now. The great dragon sword's soul increased the power of the spear of destruction, and the power of the divine body went all out. As he waved his sword, there was supreme divine power. Cloud Firmament Saint's face was ashen. He also used the law of clouds to the extreme. In the sacred domain, every inch of space was filled with peerless killing intent. Anyone below a half-saint would be instantly killed. Even if it was a saint, Cloud Firmament Saint was confident that he wouldn't be able to walk out. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian. After 300 moves, Lin Xian used 9 suns open the sky to directly open the sacred domain and flew out. Sword energy fluttered all over his body. He was like a peerless sword god. The great spear of destruction in his hand pointed forward. Old man Cloud Firmament, you're still too inexperienced to kill me. His voice resounded throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In the distance, Long Shan, Desolate Overlord, Sikong Jing, and the others' expressions all changed. Did the other party rush out of the sacred domain? He was too powerful. Although they were confident that they could contend with a saint, they were directly enveloped in the sacred domain. They probably couldn't come out and would very likely die. But now, Lin Xian had forcefully opened up his saint region. This shocked them. And what made them even more angry was that they couldn't kill these clones in a short time. These bodies of laws were really too strange. They could actually contend with them. The Cloud Firmament Saint roared. The other party actually pierced his sacred domain. It was really unforgivable. He waved his palm, and the clouds in the sky pressed down like a mountain. The palm hit the great spear of destruction and produced a loud sound. Lin Xian's arm was shaken until it went numb. But soon, it was offset by a powerful force. Lin Xian's eyes were like divine swords. Old man Cloud Firmament, you've miscalculated. I've already killed 3 saints. Today you'll be the 4th. I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to this weapon. At this point he stabbed out with his spear. It flew out in an instant, and the cloud palm was instantly disintegrated and dissipated. Not only that, but this mysterious force also swept towards Cloud Firmament Saint. Cloud Firmament Saint's expression changed. He felt a fatal danger, so his body gradually faded and turned into clouds, covering heaven and earth. Instead, he turned around and attacked Lin Xian's bodies of laws. Boom! Boom! The golden Dharma body and the earth Dharma body were both shattered. In fact, even the water clone in the distance started to split apart. However, at the final moment, the water clone self-detonated. The energy also destroyed Yan Nanshan's clone. Could be said that both of them perished together. Not only that, but Cloud Sky Saint also threw out a palm. The demon's left hand also shattered Yen Ryu's ice clone. At that moment, all the clones were destroyed. Cloud Sky Saint looked at Long Shan, Desolate Overlord, and the others. His cold voice rang out. Go together and capture that woman. I want him to see with his own eyes that the woman he loves dies for him. His voice was too cold. Long Shan and the others also looked cold. Previously, they did not care about Cloud Sky Saint and thought that they could fight against him. But now, Cloud Sky Saint used the demon's left hand. This power was too terrifying. They had no choice but to move towards him. Otherwise, he would kill them with a slap. Therefore, they joined forces and surrounded Yen Ryu. Long Shan, Desolate Overlord, Yu Lingzi, and Sikong Jing surrounded Yen Ryu. This scene made the people in the distance break out in cold sweat. They knew that this beautiful woman was probably dead because no one could escape from the siege of these 4 experts. Yen Ryu was in an extremely dangerous situation. Long Shan sneered. Little girl, we did not want to bully you. But unfortunately, since you are with Lin Wudi, you can go to hell. Heavenly Dragon Fist. Long Shan roared. His body carried a terrifying power, as if a huge dragon was attacking. 8 Desolation Palm. Desolate Overlord also made his move. His attack carried an indomitable aura. This palm strike was basically able to shatter everything. Ehe, a fatal blow? Very well, I'll kill you in one move. Yu Lingzi threw out a purple dagger. It was like a ghost. It instantly disappeared. He used an assassination technique. The last one, Sikong Jing, also sighed. He gently closed the scroll in his hand and said loudly, Milky Way 9 heavens. Suddenly, the void split open and 9 Milky Ways rolled down. Each of them could easily kill a half-saint. The 9 Milky Ways roared and rushed towards Yen Ryu. The 4 of them actually used their ultimate moves in an instant. Obviously, they wanted to kill Yen Ryu in one move. It's over. The people in the distance did not dare to watch anymore. This was definitely a scene of death. Kid, I'll let you see your woman die in front of you with your own eyes. Cloud Sky Saint's expression was cold as he stared at Lin Xian to prevent him from saving Yen Ryu. Lin Xian did not make a move at all. Instead, he sneered. Die in front of me? You'll be the ones to die. He was not worried at all. Yen Ryu could even kill a saint, let alone the 4 of them working together. As expected, with a boom, the four people's peerless and terrifying divine abilities were about to devour Yenryu in an instant. Chapter 3378. Then, a figure appeared on her body. The figure opened his palm and all the energy was instantly shattered. As for the four great powerhouses, they were sent flying while coughing up blood. Each of them was torn into pieces. This shocking turn of events stunned everyone. What was going on? The four experts were attacking Yenryu. The one who should be killed was Yenryu. But where was she now? Yenryu was unharmed while the four experts were sent flying. Each of them was split in half and were severely injured. I'm not dreaming, am I? The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Cloud Sky Saint's eyelids were twitching while the little sword saint gasped. What was wrong with this woman? How could she be so terrifying? Could it be that the most powerful one among them wasn't Lin Wudy but this woman? At this moment, Lin Xian laughed. I've said it before. It's not that easy to kill my woman. Since you dared to kill us today, you'll definitely die. Damn it. Cloud Sky Saint's face darkened. Luckily, they had teamed up this time. Otherwise, if he had come alone, he would have been the one injured. Why did he feel a terrifying aura coming from that woman? It made him shudder with fear. What kind of treasure did this woman have? Buzz. He launched a surprise attack. The left hand of the devil moved and turned into a mountain, blasting forward. Its target was Yenryu. It seemed like Cloud Sky Saint was afraid of Yenryu's strength and wanted to kill her by surprise. However, how could Yenryu be so easy to kill? Her strength was extremely terrifying. With a loud boom, a green light soared from Yenryu's body and turned into a green palm that blasted forward. It directly shattered the light from the left hand of the devil. How was this possible? Everyone was stunned. Yenryu was actually able to fight against the left hand of the devil. It was too unbelievable. Cloud Sky Saint's face changed. His left hand of the devil was extremely terrifying. In his opinion, he could rely on it to fight against a second heaven saint. But now, it was blocked by a sage-to-be. Moreover, the other party seemed to be doing it with ease. Damn it. What the hell is going on? What was that green light on her body? After that attack, Yenryu did not attack again. He did not even look at Cloud Sky Saint. Instead, he looked at Long Shan and the other three. Clearly, she had left Cloud Sky Saint to Lin Xian. When the others saw this scene, they sucked in a breath of cold air. What was going on? Did he think that Lin Wudy had the ability to kill Cloud Sky Saint? How could this be? Damn it, I was actually underestimated. Cloud Sky Saint's face darkened. Alright, I'll kill this brat first. In any case, his goal this time was to kill Lin Xian. He originally thought that Yenryu's strength was strong and would make a move to stop him. However, he didn't expect the other party to ignore him. This way, he could get rid of Lin Xian first. After he got rid of Lin Xian, he would study Yenryu and see what was so special about her. Brat, it seems like your woman won't help you. Since it's like this, go to hell. Cloud Sky Saint stretched out his demon's left hand. He slammed it forward, and a terrifying demonic light shrouded the entire sea region. It was a scene of destruction. It's over. That Lin Wudy is dead for sure. That's right. That beautiful woman might be able to block it, but that didn't mean that Lin Wudy could block it. The demon's left hand was too terrifying. Even a level 1 saint couldn't block it. That Lin Xian definitely couldn't block it either. Exclamations could be heard. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. He waved his hand, and the great dragon sword's soul roared. It turned into the 10,000 dragons picture and charged forward. Boom. In the next moment, the two collided. The shocking collision caused the entire sea region to split open. In all directions, there were terrifying cracks everywhere. Many people were even sent flying by the force. What? It was blocked. The remaining experts screamed. Long Shan and the little sword saint's eyelids twitched. They realized that the 10,000 dragons picture had blocked the demon's left hand. The two were in a stalemate in the void, and terrifying black holes appeared around them. This Lin Wudy was too terrifying. He actually had a way to block such a terrifying demon's left hand. Many people gasped. However, Long Shan screamed. This was the 10,000 dragons picture. Damn it, he could actually summon the 10,000 dragons picture. This was an extreme weapon. Could it be that he had seen the 10,000 dragons picture before? He was really crazy. When the others heard this, they were even more shocked. As expected, Lin Wudi was too mysterious. Cloud Sky Saint's expression also became extremely ugly. It was blocked? How was this possible? Go and die. With a roar, he mobilized all the energy in his body and used it on the demon's left hand. Instantly, the 10,000 dragons picture shook violently. Many cracks appeared on it, and it suddenly split open. However, the sword chi from the split 10,000 dragons picture destroyed all the energy from the demon's left hand. Lin Xian took 2 steps back, but this time, he wasn't injured. He looked at the other party and smiled. Your trump card is indeed powerful, but unfortunately, it can't do anything to me. Can't do anything to you? You're too naive. Now go and die. I don't believe that you can still use such a divine ability. Cloud Sky Saint revealed a sinister expression. He could still use the demon's left hand many times, but the other party's 10,000 dragons picture? He didn't believe that the other party could use the 10,000 dragons picture repeatedly. That kind of illusion wasn't an ordinary divine ability. Even if a saint could summon it, it would be very difficult. Not to mention, the other party was a half-step saint. Hearing this, the surrounding people fell silent. The demon's left hand was terrifying, and Cloud Sky Saint was a true saint. His strength definitely surpassed the other party. This time, Lin Wudi was most likely going to be in big trouble. Sure enough, when the demon's left hand slapped out again, everyone was shocked. They found that the demon's left hand's power didn't weaken at all. Lin Xian shouted coldly and summoned the 10,000 dragons picture again to fight against the demon's left hand. A shocking collision occurred, and countless black holes appeared. 2 times, 3 times, the two of them collided a total of 5 times. In the end, cracks appeared on Lin Xian's body again. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Golden blood dyed the surrounding sea red. It couldn't be helped. The demon's left hand was really too strong. It was really heaven-defying for him to be able to block it. "Ha kid, let's see how long you can last." Cloud Sky Saint attacked crazily. He swallowed a lot of pills and natural treasures to maintain his strength. Do you think you're the only one with natural treasures? Lin Xian took out 2 king herbs and ate them. They were both 10,000-year-old king herbs. The moment he ate them, the blood in his body rumbled. It was like a furnace of heaven and earth, like a volcano. His strength rose again. The sword chi on his body kept exploding. Chapter 3379. He used the 10,000 dragons diagram with one hand. With his other hand, he waved the great spear of destruction and pointed it upwards. The seawater kept surging, and a black hole appeared. Sword chi interweaved, forming a sword chi sky. What's this? Everyone looked up at the sky, not understanding what Lin Xian was going to do. But soon they screamed. Could it be? Their hearts were trembling. What's going on with Lin Wudi? How can he evolve such a divine ability? The sword chi trembled, and a crack suddenly appeared. Then, countless sword chi interweaved, forming a pagoda. That pagoda was too mysterious and terrifying. It made people feel as if it was not something from the human world. That's the hidden immortal pagoda. Isn't that Yan Nanshan's peerless divine ability? Why is he using it too? Long Shan and the others screamed crazily. They were not in the mood to fight anymore. They all fell into the distance and stared blankly at this scene. Cloud Sky Saint's pupils constricted. How is this possible? It must be an illusion. He must be lying to me. He wanted to use the demonic left hand to dispel the illusion in the sky, but at this moment, Lin Xian's 10,000 dragons diagram was pushed out. The 10,000 dragons diagram was also extremely terrifying. Other than the demonic left hand, Cloud Sky Saint could not resist it at all. Even his sacred domain could not block the 10,000 dragons diagram. Therefore, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and attack the 10,000 dragons diagram first. In his opinion, Lin Xian was already barely able to evolve the 10,000 dragons diagram. How could he also create the hidden immortal pagoda? Therefore, he did not believe it. However, when the hidden immortal pagoda descended, Cloud Sky Saint's expression changed. He knew that he had guessed wrong. He can actually evolve the hidden immortal pagoda. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. The hidden immortal pagoda hit him hard. A bloody hole appeared on his body, and his internal organs were shattered. Ah! Cloud Sky Saint screamed crazily. His flesh and blood regenerated again. However, his face was a little pale. However, at this moment, the hidden immortal pagoda's second attack came. With a boom, half of Cloud Sky Saint's body, including his head, was directly blasted into pieces. Only a pair of legs stood there. Of course, his left hand was also there, emitting an incomparably pitch-black light. When the surrounding experts saw this scene, they gasped in shock. The phantom of the hidden immortal pagoda was too terrifying. Even the body of a sage could not withstand it. It couldn't be helped. Both the 10,000 Dragons portrait and the hidden immortal pagoda were extreme weapons that belonged to emperors. Furthermore, the other party had used powerful means and skills to conjure it. From the looks of it, it was extremely lifelike. It was definitely not an ordinary illusion. It was normal for a First Heaven sage to not be able to block it. The little sword saint muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with shock. Long Shan and the others also became frightened. Was this the kind of person they wanted to kill? This was too terrifying. No, he had to act quickly. He had to kill the other party. Otherwise, the consequences would be endless. The four of them looked at each other and immediately attacked. Long Shan transformed into a huge dragon and stretched out his dragon claws. Desolate Overlord struck out with his 8 Desolation Palm, his powerful aura looking down on everything. Yu Lingzi directly hid in the void, stealthily assassinating him. Xikong Jing shouted from above the seawater. The Milky Way descends from the 9 heavens. The bright moon above the sea. The surrounding people exclaimed again. They had seen the Milky Way descends from the 9 heavens before, but they were also very familiar with the bright moon above the sea. Because according to legend, this was the sacred domain of a very powerful sage. Why would it be conjured by the other party? Could it be that this Xikong Jing was also like Lin Wudi and could conjure all kinds of heaven and earth phenomena? They were really shocked. However, the little sword saint said that the sage's sacred domain was indeed the bright moon above the sea. However, it was different from what Xikong Jing had used. Xikong Jing cultivated the righteous qi of heaven and earth, so he could naturally conjure some heaven and earth phenomena. So that was how it was. The surrounding experts suddenly understood. However, at this moment, there was a shocking change in front of them. The 4 experts had joined forces to launch a sneak attack. Lin Xian had just used 2 of his ultimate skills and did not have any power to follow up. Boom! 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 A monstrous light enveloped Lin Xian. Everyone held their breaths. Would Lin Wudi be injured? Perhaps he would be killed. Could it be that Lin Wudi had blocked the Cloud Sky Saint's attack and died in the hands of these 4 people? Everyone was looking forward to it. Even the little sword saint's heart was in his mouth. Hee, you're dead now, aren't you? Yu Lingzi sneered. You're too confident. You didn't die in the hands of the sage but in our hands. You're worthy of your reputation. Long Shan also sneered. On the other hand, Xikong Jing and Huang Batian also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Because Lin Wudi was still alive, it was a huge pressure to them. The 4 of you are really despicable and shameless. It seems like you've mastered the art of sneak attacks. However, do you think that the 4 of you can kill me with a sneak attack? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. What? Yu Lingzi screamed. Long Shan and the others' eyelids twitched. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. What's going on? That's Lin Wudi's voice. Damn it, could it be that he's not dead? But how is that possible? A sage should be seriously injured by their sneak attack, right? If he's not dead, he might be seriously injured. They comforted themselves. However, when all the energy disappeared, they were completely dumbfounded because they realized that there were no cracks on Lin Xian's body. How is that possible? Is he really not injured? At that moment, Yu Lingzi raised his hand and looked at his dagger. In the next moment he was scared out of his wits. Because there was not a single drop of blood on his dagger. Not only that, but there were even a few cracks on it. Although they were small, they were like a bolt from the blue in his eyes. Not good, retreat quickly. This person is a monster. His physique is probably stronger than an ordinary sage's. The four of them quickly retreated. Boom. However, it was too late. The 10,000 Dragons portrait directly blasted over and sent the four of them flying. The four of them were instantly blasted into pieces, and their bodies turned into a bloody mist. A lot of the bloody mist was even destroyed by the 10,000 Dragons portrait. No, damn it, stop, you can't kill me. I was wrong. The four of them screamed crazily. However, at that moment, the hidden immortal pagoda in the sky descended and was about to destroy the four of them. However, at that moment, Cloud Sky Saint made his move. He snorted coldly and struck out with the left hand of the demon again, blocking the hidden immortal pagoda. The remaining four of them were wrapped in the remaining blood and fled into the distance. Although they were seriously injured, they could still recover with their strength. The four of them directly tore through the void and fled into the distance, not daring to stay any longer. Lin Xian did not chase after the four of them. Instead, he stared at Cloud Sky Saint. Chapter 3380. Cloud Sky Saint's face turned pale because he realized that Yen Ryu was also looking at him. Damn it, I can't even defeat one Lin Xian, now I have to add Yen Ryu to the mix, he said. Kid, if you have the guts, let's fight one-on-one. Lin Xian laughed loudly. What did you say? You want to fight me one-on-one? Do you have the guts to say that? I'm a half-saint and I'm very young. What about you? You've lived for 1,000 or 2,000 years and you're a saint. Where did you get the guts to say that? The surrounding people's mouths twitched. Indeed, if a saint said to a half-saint, let's fight one-on-one, it would be bullying. Wasn't this bullying? He reckoned that the saints would lose all their face. As expected, Cloud Sky Saint's face darkened when he heard that. However, at that moment, Lin Xian laughed loudly. Don't worry, I'll be merciful and fulfill your wish. I can still kill you one-on-one. You're courting death. Arrogant kid. Go and die. Cloud Sky Saint was completely enraged. To tell the truth, saying that he wanted to fight one-on-one made him lose face. However, compared to his life, he didn't care about losing face. As long as he could kill Yen Ryu, he would still be a saint and Yen Ryu would be a lonely ghost. The demon's left hand struck out fiercely while Lin Xian controlled the illusions of the two extreme Dao Emperor weapons to fight against it. In the end, after 36 moves, Cloud Sky Saint's body was smashed apart again. Only the demon's left hand was still intact. At that moment, Lin Xian directly waved the 10,000 dragons diagram and rushed forward. The dragon sword's soul roared and transformed into countless sword lights. This time, it went all out and quickly wiped out Cloud Sky Saint's blood. Cloud Sky Saint was so scared that he peed his pants. If it was someone else, he wouldn't be afraid because he was a saint. However, when the dragon sword's soul appeared, he was so scared that he peed his pants. The piercingly cold sword chi caused his saint's blood to be constantly wiped out and disappeared. If all of his blood was wiped out, he would really die. Hence, he fled like crazy. His blood scattered into countless pieces and flew in all directions like blood rain. However, the great dragon sword soul was even more powerful. It transformed into countless beams of sword chi. In the end, Lin Xian formed a seal with his fingers, and a sword seal was imprinted in the void. This scene was the same as the little sword saint's 10,000 sword art. Countless sword chi trash rushed out together with the seawater of the void sea. Cloud Sky Saint screamed. Most of his saint blood had been destroyed. The remaining saint blood would not be able to escape. However, before Lin Xian could do anything, Cloud Sky Saint screamed. His remaining blood was absorbed. No, damn it, what's going on? He screamed like a madman, and the people around him were stunned. Did Lin Wudi use some powerful technique again? Lin Xian also stopped and frowned. He did not use any techniques, so what was going on with Cloud Sky Saint? It was the devil's left hand. He finally discovered that terrifying demonic runes had appeared on the left hand of the devil. He sucked the rest of the sacred blood into his body. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Cloud Sky Saint let out an angry roar. Damn it, how could this happen? He was really shocked. After he obtained the devil's left hand from the devil's altar, he was ecstatic. With his strength, he could attack continuously. Moreover, he had many treasures on him that could restore his strength at any time. Hence, in his opinion, the devil's left hand was like a sacred weapon. As long as he was not dead, he could use it. However, he realized that he did not understand the devil's left hand at all. At the last moment, the devil's left hand had absorbed his blood. What was he trying to do? Was he trying to come back to life? Or was he trying to do something else? Or was it something that was being controlled by someone else in the first place? Cloud Sky Saint did not know that the last of his blood had been absorbed by the devil's left hand. As for him, he had disappeared into thin air. In the end, he did not die in the hands of Lin Xian. Instead, he died in the hands of his own weapon. Looking at this scene, the surrounding people were all stunned. Previously, they were envious of the devil's left hand. But now, the devil's left hand was floating quietly in the void sea. However, no one dared to step forward. Buzz. Lin Xian raised his golden hand and grabbed the devil's left hand. Then, he pulled it in front of him and looked at it carefully. What a magical item! It could even kill a saint. He cast a few seals and sealed the devil's left hand. He felt that this was a treasure. He had seen it before. Cloud Sky Saint was not as strong as him. But after taking out the devil's left hand, he could injure him. This was definitely a divine weapon. If used well, it would not be weaker than a sacred weapon. Yen Ryu frowned. This item is a little weird. Are you sure you want to use it? Lin Xian smiled. It's fine. I'll study it first. Anyway, I can't leave such a good item to others. He kept the devil's left hand. After that, Lin Xian and Yen Ryu started to wait. The surrounding people also started to leave one after another. They were all watching from afar with uncertainty. No one dared to step forward. Even the little sword saint had left, because he had suffered a huge blow after watching this battle. After about half a month, the blood-red whirlpool slowly disappeared. The dark red divine dragon and the north beast's figure also appeared. When the two of them came out, they laughed excitedly. The dark red divine dragon roared. This is great. The demon saint's blood is indeed useful to me. I'm almost at the saint realm now. The dragon blood in my body is unusually strong. On the other side, the north demon smiled satisfactorily. His 1,000-demon body was even more mysterious. Obviously, the blood-red whirlpool had given the two of them great rewards. The group left again. Everyone had gained something. Lin Xian had also obtained the water Taoist stone. So, he was left with one last target. That was the statue of the great sage. However, Lin Xian did not know where it was at the moment. But then again, the statue of the great sage could suppress the terrifying demon qi. Even the Langya star wanted to get it. It was definitely an extremely precious treasure. If there was one, it must be in the deepest part of the void ocean. So, the group identified the direction and headed towards the deepest part of the void ocean. On the other side, Long Shan, Huang Batian, and the others fled quickly. They only relaxed when they realized that no one was chasing after them when they were tens of millions of miles away. Then, they used their trump cards and natural treasures to recover their bodies. Chapter 3381. What's wrong with this guy? Yu Lingzi frowned. Could something have happened? Long Shan also said coldly. What could have happened? It was probably something related to their family. Huang Batian. It was rumored that a very powerful sage from the Sikong family had entered the void ocean and even opened up a space. It was said that he had left behind countless treasures. This legend had been circulating in the Sikong family. Therefore, every time the void ocean opened, the Sikong family would send a large number of experts to explore. This time was no exception. Judging from Sikong Jing's expression, could it be that his family had discovered some breakthrough? It's really possible. Why don't we follow them and take a look? Yu Lingzi suggested. Long Shan and Huang Batian also nodded. The three of them hid their auras and flew into the distance. Sikong Jing flew very fast because he was extremely excited. The array voice transmission just now was indeed given to him by his family. Moreover, the content made his blood boil because they had finally discovered the relics left behind by their sage ancestor. He was too excited because there was a legend that had been circulating in his family since he was born. Basically, every few years, Sikong Jing would hear the elders of his family mention this legend. Therefore, Sikong Jing was very familiar with this legend. It was said that the Sikong family used to be very powerful and was a top family. There was a sage in the family who had cultivated to the Great Sage realm. The Great Sage was at the peak of the Sage realm. He was only one step away from the Great Emperor realm. Such combat strength was enough to dominate the starry sky. However, for some reason, the Great Sage had suddenly gone to the void ocean when he was at his peak and never returned. Since then, the Sikong family had plummeted. Although it was still a big force now, it was nothing compared to its heyday. Later, it was rumored that their great sage had not died. Instead, he had opened up an independent space in the void ocean and established his own force. Therefore, the Sikong family had been searching for the space treasures left behind by the great sage all these years. This time, they had found an important clue, so they hurriedly summoned Sikong Jing. Thinking of this, Sikong Jing's speed increased. Finally, after flying for about 3 days, Sikong Jing finally arrived at his destination. In front of him, there were many people standing there. Those people were the powerhouses of the Sikong clan. They were gathered together at this moment, and there was an array beneath their feet. Everyone was trembling with excitement, as if they were waiting for something. When Sikong arrived, they raised their heads. He was here. Everyone looked at Sikong Jing. Sikong Jing also asked, "Elder, have you already found the clues? Why haven't you started? I was just waiting for you. Your bloodline is pure. Only with your bloodline and our bloodline as support can we activate the formation and connect to the clues left behind by the great sage." Sikong Jing didn't refuse. He directly cut his palm and dripped his purest blood on the formation. The surrounding powerhouses of the Sikong clan also cut their palms, and all the blood dripped down. The formation beneath his feet also lit up with a crimson light. The surrounding sea started to tremble violently. In the next moment, a shocking muffled sound rang out and almost overturned all the powerhouses from the Sikong clan. What happened? Sikong Jing's eyes widened, and his face turned pale. The eyes of those experienced powerhouses lit up. It was done. They finally found the clue. Before they finished speaking, more and more rumbling sounds rang out and spread out in all directions. "Oh no, it's too loud." Sikong Jing's expression changed. However, those experienced powerhouses said, "It's okay, we've already set up the formation to cover the sky." However, before they finished speaking, the surrounding formation shattered with a bang, and an increasingly violent aura swept out in all directions. "Damn it, this force is too strong. It's destroying our preparations and the formation we set up. It'll probably attract others. What should we do? Should we stop it? Or should we set up a new formation and try again?" Someone suggested. However, those powerhouses said, "There's no other way. Once this thing is activated, it's out of our control. We can only resign ourselves to fate. Besides, even if other people are attracted, so what? The Sikong clan isn't afraid of anyone. This belongs to our clan. Who dares to take it from us?" Speaking of this, a cold, murderous intent burst out from their eyes. The surrounding warriors of the Sikong clan all calmed down and waited patiently. Behind them, Long Shan and the other two stopped, looking surprised because they felt an extremely terrifying aura in front of them. There seemed to be an illusory image between heaven and earth. What's that? They widened their eyes because they found that a pagoda had appeared in the sea. It was a blue pagoda, and it looked very similar to the illusory image of the hidden immortal pagoda. At first, they thought that it was Lin Wudi or Yen Nantian fighting there. However, after careful observation, they found that it wasn't them. That blue pagoda wasn't the hidden immortal pagoda, which made them feel relieved. What kind of pagoda is this? Could it be that a treasure in the Void Sea has been discovered? It was very likely that it had something to do with the Seekong clan. Thinking of this, Long Shan and the other two were overjoyed. They sped up, lurked more carefully, and rushed forward. At the same time, the people in the surrounding sea also felt it. They felt a violent wave that caused an underwater earthquake. However, in the next moment, they saw an illusory image of a pagoda in the endless distance. It was indomitable, as if it was going to pierce through the entire sea. Heavens, what's that? The aura is too terrifying. Is it the hidden immortal pagoda? No, it's not the aura of a battle. It's a majestic aura of righteousness. A treasure of heaven and earth must have appeared. Hurry up, this treasure is definitely at the level of a saint. Not only that, it's definitely not left behind by an ordinary saint. Even those saints would be jealous if they saw it. At this moment, the Vermilion Bird Palace, Dark Moon Temple, Dragon Valley, Eight Wind Palace, and all the other major forces moved out. The other clans and experts in the vicinity also began to move. They had no choice. They had been here for so long, but they had never seen such a phenomenon in the Void Sea. Lin Xian and the others naturally saw it as well. Instantly, their faces were filled with shock. What a powerful energy wave, and this illusory image is too terrifying. They could see it from so far away. The North Demon and the others were just right. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Isn't this direction the depths of the Void Sea? Moreover, this scene might be related to the statue of the Great Sage. Chapter 3382. When Lin Xian and the others arrived, it was already 5 days later. Countless experts and family clans had already appeared around them. Their gazes were all fixed on the blue pagoda in front of them. There were a few people standing at the front, staring coldly in all directions. Those people were from the Seekong family. They looked as if they were facing a great enemy. To be honest, they did not expect that the Great Sage Pagoda's image would attract so many people's attention. And there were too many people. They had been full of confidence before, but now they were full of bitterness. If it were just one or two forces, they would definitely be able to stop them. But there were too many people now. A single smear could drown them. But they were not very worried because if there really was a treasure, these people would definitely not gather together to form a force. They would definitely fight on their own. And when that time came, the Seekong family would still have a huge advantage. More importantly, this was a treasure left behind by their ancestor. They had the power of bloodline. This advantage was really too great. Thinking of this, they all calmed down. In the sky, the blue pagoda became more and more solid. Finally, it seemed to really appear. The majestic aura made everyone feel that they were not facing a pagoda, but a supreme immortal mountain. It made people want to worship and tremble. What was going on? Some of the newcomers were confused, but there were also some experts from the big families who looked serious. One of them said, "I think it's very likely that this is the Great Sage Pagoda." In the Great Sage Tower, the surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. The title of Great Sage wasn't just for show. One had to be an extremely top saint to be able to become a great god. Every great sage was an earth-shattering figure. They were all candidates who had the potential to become great emperors. But now, a Great Sage Pagoda had appeared. The surrounding people's eyes instantly lit up. The dark red divine dragon, North Demon, and Yenryu were also very surprised. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Could it be that the statue of the great sage was the destination he was looking for? What an unexpected surprise. However, what was going on with those people from the Seekong clan? How could they be so close without being affected? The surrounding people also wanted to go forward, but when they felt the vast power of heaven and earth, they didn't dare to go forward. If he tried to break through, he would probably be torn to pieces. This was because another powerhouse from the Great Sage Pagoda of the Seekong family had spoken. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people immediately went crazy. The Seekong clan had the Great Sage. How could that be? With the Great Sage in the Seekong family, would they still stay with them? The Seekong family had indeed produced a Great Sage. Moreover, It was an extremely terrifying great sage. However, that great sage had already disappeared for hundreds of thousands of years. That was why the Sikong family had declined. Even so, it was still a very terrifying family. One could only imagine how terrifying their clan's foundation was. Yes, I've also heard rumors that the great sage of the Sikong family disappeared after entering the void ocean. For tens of thousands of years, the Sikong family had always wanted to enter the void ocean to investigate. Every time the void ocean opened, they would frantically search for it. They didn't expect that they would finally find it this time. Lin Xian and the others were shocked when they heard this. They didn't expect there to be such a secret. It seemed that the statue he was looking for should be the Sikong family's great sage statue. After all, it was impossible for the void ocean to have two great sage statues. That would be too shocking. Kid, it seems that this is the target you're looking for. However, the situation isn't good. There are too many people here. The dark rainbow divine dragon muttered softly. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. With their strength, they wouldn't be afraid of anyone. Besides, they only wanted a statue and not their great sage inheritance. They probably wouldn't care. There were probably many treasures inside. When the time came, there would definitely be a huge fight. At this point, Lin Xian looked around. He saw Sikong Jing, Long Shan, Huang Batyin, Yulingzi, and the others. However, he frowned slightly. He didn't see Yan Nantian. How was that possible? How could Yan Nantian not appear in such a situation? Or was it that Yan Nantian was already here? However, Yan Nantian used a great emperor's secret technique to disguise himself and appear near him. Thinking of this, his gaze became a little gloomy. Yan Nantian also knew how to hide? Yan Nantian was extremely domineering before. He didn't hide his strength and directly used the divine beast phantom and the 9 great emperor patterns. The aura that he emitted made it obvious that he was a great emperor's successor. However, Yan Nantian was hiding his strength. Perhaps he was traumatized after being killed several times? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Whether it was a sneak attack or a frontal attack, Lin Xian wasn't afraid of Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian was probably terrified of him now, so he didn't care. The most important thing now was how to enter the Great Sage Tower and obtain the Great Sage statue. Everyone waited for another 7 days. During these 7 days, the phantom of the Great Sage Tower became more and more solid. On the 7th day, it finally appeared in front of everyone. This was no longer a phantom, but a real existence. The Great Sage Tower's terrifying sage aura was even more terrifying. Everyone retreated far away and frantically resisted. This was the Great Sage Tower, a powerful existence in the 9th heaven of the Sage realm. They were even afraid of a 1st heaven sage, let alone a 9th heaven sage. However, the aura of the Great Sage Tower gradually became more restrained. Although it was still terrifying, it was much better than before. This made everyone heave a sigh of relief. If it had been like before, no one would have been able to enter. Perhaps the people of the Sikong clan were here. The Great Sage Tower probably felt the aura of the Sikong clan, so it didn't release the power of heaven and earth so violently. The people of the Sikong clan stood at the front, bewildered. Although some of the younger disciples wanted to enter, they were firmly held back by the powerhouses with experience. They knew that now wasn't the time. However, while the people of the Sikong clan didn't move, someone else did. Among them, a half-sage with mountain-like strength said coldly, "Hee hee, why aren't you going in? What a group of people who are afraid of death." Chapter 3383. That was because the foot he stepped on was instantly turned into ashes. Not only that, but his entire body was also cut into a bloody mist. Then he dissipated between heaven and earth. A semi-sage expert had been killed in a matter of seconds. It had happened in the blink of an eye. This astonishing scene had made many people hold their breaths. However, there were also some powerhouses who sneered. How could it be so easy to enter the great sage's pagoda? Were they really overestimating themselves? Everyone waited patiently. In fact, many people didn't know what they were waiting for, but no one dared to try. However, after a day, the Seekong clan made their move. They were using their own blood outside the great sage's pagoda, especially the edge of the entrance, which was smeared with blood. It seemed like they wanted to use their own blood to gain the ancestors' approval, so that they could enter. Seeing this scene, the others became uneasy. If only the Seekong clan went in, and the others could only watch from the outside, it would be really awkward. When that happened, they would be jealous to death. The dark red divine dragon was also a little worried. Damn it, can't we try again? He was also a little impatient, but Lin Xian held him back. Don't be anxious, wait and see. So many people want to make a move, let's just watch. He wouldn't force himself to take the lead. However, at this moment, when the Seekong clan's blood dyed the entrance red, a shocking change occurred. Suddenly, a vortex appeared at the entrance, and a terrifying fluctuation spread out in all directions. Everyone thought it was some kind of attack, and they all retreated. However, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. It turned out that what appeared from inside wasn't an attack, but pills. One pill after another, densely packed together, there were more than 100 of them. Every single one of them was crystal clear. These were saint pills, and they might have been refined by the great sage. Someone screamed, and the others all looked up at the sky. Their eyes turned blood red. Pills, what an unexpected surprise. They originally thought that there was no hope of entering, but they didn't expect the Seekong clan to cause such a change. So many pills were spat out. More than 100 saint pills. If he were to obtain one and consume it, his fighting prowess would increase tremendously. Even if he didn't consume it himself, he could still bring it back to the elders of his clan. Thinking about how they would be heavily groomed by their families in the future and how they would soar into the sky, they all trembled with excitement. Hurry up and snatch it. These people were crazily snatching it. Heavenly Dragon Divine Claw. The dark red divine dragon couldn't wait any longer. When he found out that this was a sacred pill, he attacked decisively. Countless dragon claws appeared in the sky. Damn it, get out of here. Many people attacked like crazy, but they were all blasted away by the dark red dragon with a roar. At this moment, the dark red divine dragon's strength had increased greatly after cultivating with the demonic blood. Lin Xian, Yenryu, the North Demon, and the others all took action as well. However, when they got 20 of them, they stopped decisively. He didn't attack again, because if they snatched it all away, it would definitely lead to a group attack. There were so many experts around, and it would not do them any good to continue fighting. They might as well quit while they were ahead. There were more than 20 pieces, which was equivalent to getting 1/5 of the total. They were already satisfied. As expected, although some people were unwilling, they still gave up when they saw Lin Xian's lineup. Moreover, there were more than 80 pills around. If they fought with all their might, they might still have a chance. In an instant, the others attacked crazily. The people from the Seekong family also roared angrily. Damn it, stop. This is our item. They were truly infuriated. They had used their own blood to create this. This great sage tower was originally their Seekong family's private property. But now, who cared if it belonged to their family? The surrounding people were already jealous. It was already good enough that they didn't attack the Seekong family directly. In the end, the remaining sacred pills were divided among the people from the Seekong family, Vermilion Bird Palace, Dragon Valley, Dark Moon Temple, and 8 Wind Palace. Only a dozen pills were left, and they were scattered in the hands of the others. They couldn't accept it, they couldn't accept it. Many people roared crazily. How could there be enough to go around? They stared ahead with greed on their faces. At this moment, the people from the Seekong family were ready to enter. Because they didn't get much before, it wasn't enough to go around. So they decided to go in. When they saw this scene, many people surrounded them. The people from the Seekong family sneered. Can you enter? If you can't, then stay here. If you dare to come out, we'll kill you. The people from Dragon Valley said coldly. The people from 8 Wind Palace also said, yes, you'd better cooperate and find a way to let us in. Otherwise, none of you will be able to leave this void ocean. Their voices were filled with endless dominance. The people from Dark Moon Temple and Vermilion Bird Palace also looked unfriendly. The surrounding people were also eyeing them covetously. It seemed that if they couldn't enter, they would really stay here until the end of time. When they saw this scene, the young disciples of the Sikong family looked extremely upset. The powerhouses had said that they didn't need to care about them. They just needed to let them in. So what if these people went in? The other party was not from the Sikong family, so they definitely wouldn't have an advantage over them. Therefore, the people from the Sikong family ignored them and walked straight ahead. The people behind him followed closely behind. Lin Xian and the others were also following closely behind. However, after walking for a while, they stopped. Many people behind them shouted angrily, "Damn it! What's going on?" Could it be that the Sikong family wanted to go back on their word? They were afraid that the other party would shake them off. However, the voice of the Sikong family came from the front. "Three paths have appeared in front of us. Which path should we take?" What? 3 paths? Some people were shocked. Could they be lying to us? However, at this time, the people from Dragon Valley and 8-Wind Palace also said that there were indeed 3 paths. "Damn it! Shut up! Otherwise we'll kill all of you." When these words were said, everyone fell silent. The people from the Sikong family also frowned. 3 paths had appeared in front of them. Which path should they take? They sensed carefully and even used their bloodline power to test it. However, they found that the 3 paths were exactly the same. They couldn't tell which path was which. This scene surprised them a little. However, in the end, the people from the Sikong family decided to split into 3 paths. There had to be a group that could enter. This was the safest way. When they saw that the Sikong family had split into 3 paths, the surrounding people hurriedly discussed. Soon, the people from Vermilion Bird Palace, Dark Moon Temple, and Dragon Valley also decided to split into 3 paths and followed closely. They wouldn't let go of any possibility. Those people were blasted into pieces, and their blood dyed the ground red. The others were also scared out of their wits. "Damn, this method is too powerful, isn't it?" The half-saint who used the 5-star fist gritted his teeth. "Kid, which sect are you from? Do you dare to tell me your name?" Around him, 3 more half-saint powerhouses appeared. Each of them looked unfriendly, and countless stars appeared on their bodies, causing everyone's expression to change. 5-star alignment. The light on their bodies actually gathered together, forming a terrifying formation. The 5 of them roared. The 5-star alignment rushed over like a sharp knife, and many people around were sent flying by this force. Boom! Lin Xian opened the sky with his left hand, and a golden fist like the sun blasted out quickly. It collided with the 5-star alignment. Suddenly, a very terrifying force swept out, and the surrounding people's expressions all changed. Because they just wanted to enter the Great Sage Tower. Although there were conflicts, they did not fight. But now, this sudden surge of energy caused everyone's expression to change. They all looked over. In the sky, the golden sun directly smashed the 5-star alignment. Not only that, those powerhouses were also sent flying while vomiting blood, and their faces were full of horror. Not only them, but the surrounding people also fell, and a vacuum appeared. Lin Xian led his people forward, and soon they reached the front. In the front, the Sikong clan people also frowned, but they did not pay attention to it, and let the people behind fight. It would be best if they killed each other. Only the Sikong clan was left. But at this time, Sikong Jing's body trembled, as if he was being stared at by a pair of eyes. The next time he looked back, he was so scared that his scalp went numb. "Damn it, it's you!" He screamed like crazy. "What's going on? Who is he? Why is Sikong Jing so scared?" The powerhouses of the Sikong clan also frowned. It shouldn't be. Sikong Jing's strength was very powerful, and he was definitely the top among the half-saints. Even if he encountered a saint, he could deal with them. But now, this person made him so scared. They also turned their heads and found that the other party was a very young man. Is this Yan Nantian? Could it be that the successor of the great emperor was already this terrifying? Or is he a saint? They could not figure it out. However, Sikong Jing's voice trembled. Elder, let's go quickly. He is Lin Wudi. What? He is Lin Wudi? The Seekong clan elder's eyelids also twitched. They had heard of his name long ago. This was the first time they had seen him. Now that they saw him, he was indeed powerful. Ordinary half-saints could not withstand a single blow from him. Looking at Seekong's fearful expression, could it be that their genius had actually been defeated by the other party? Chapter 3385. He entered that passage. Could it be that he knew where the real passage was? Let's go to that passage. Many people rushed over, and the battle erupted again. Get lost. Damn it, I'll go in first. Damn it, I'll kill whoever dares to go in. The crazy battle sounded behind them, but it had nothing to do with Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the others followed Seekong Jing and entered the east passage first. After flying for about half a day, they felt that the front was wide, and there seemed to be a blue light screen. When they passed through the light screen, they found that there was no passage ahead. Instead, it was a vast hall. Was this the inside of the Great Sage Pagoda? After entering, the dark red dragon and the others looked around and were amazed. The inside was much wider than what they saw from the outside. As expected of the Great Sage's work, there was a space inside. Lin Xian frowned. Was there a natural law here? He had been to the Demon Cultivation Valley. He naturally knew that the Demonic Cultivation Valley had its own laws. Some of the powers outside couldn't be used. He wondered if the Grand Sage Tower was that terrifying. He silently sensed. On the other hand, the powerhouses of the Seekong clan ahead were trembling with excitement. Ah, I feel it. I feel the same bloodline power as our clan. This must be left behind by our great sage. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked at Lin Xian and the others who came in. He sneered. What do you have to fight with us here? A mere Seekong clan dares to be arrogant in front of me? The dark red dragon sneered. Lin Xian opened his eyes and frowned slightly. He had felt that he was indeed suppressed. His strength had been reduced by almost 30%. But was it a natural law? There were no restrictions. Anyone could use it. Lin Xian immediately reminded them to be careful. Their strength had been reduced by 30%. He did not know if the Seekong clan had any restrictions, so they should not rashly start a fight. Hearing this, the dark red dragon, Yen Ruyu, and the others frowned. This was not a good thing, but they quickly shook their heads. Because everyone would be suppressed, not just them. Sure enough, the people who came in later also cried out in surprise. They naturally felt that the power was weaker than before and were extremely surprised. The members of the Seekong clan all laughed loudly. We weren't suppressed. We weren't suppressed. Instead, we felt that our strength had increased. Me too. As expected of the great sage of our Seekong clan. He's so protective of us. They're really too happy. Looking at the people around him, he laughed coldly. Damned ants, I'll let you know what despair is in a while. In this place, they seemed to be the masters as they laughed heartily. When the surrounding people heard this, their faces also changed. But soon, their eyes lit up. There was a row of bookshelves there. Were those divine ability manuals? Someone said. He rushed over like a gust of wind. On the other side, someone asked, where are the weapons? Divine weapons? They flew to the other side. In an instant, everyone who came in went crazy. The reason for that was because they discovered that it was simply a treasure trove. Damn it, stop. This is all ours. The powerhouses of the Seekong family roared madly and rushed over in an attempt to stop them. In an instant, the battle started again. It was very intense. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He looked up at the sky because he was looking for the statue of the great sage. However, the void here was very strange. He could only see the third level. He didn't know if there was anything above the third level. It seemed like he had to go to the third level first and then look at the things above. At the thought of this, he said, do you want to collect treasures here or go to the higher levels? Let's go to the other levels. There are so many good things on the first level. The other levels will definitely have better things. The dark red divine dragon said. The others also nodded. Lin Xian and the others prepared to go to the other levels. They weren't the only ones. The powerhouses of the Vermilion Bird Palace, Dragon Valley, and Eight Wind Palace were also not satisfied with the treasures on the first level. Along the way, they saw that the entire ground was made of top-grade metal. Even the surroundings were carved out of huge pieces of divine crystals. It was really extravagant. One had to know that divine crystals were cultivation resources in their hands. However, they had become decorative items here. It had to be said that this state of mind was different. Just as Lin Xian and the others were about to enter the second level, the little white monkey suddenly pointed to a dark place behind the stairs. There seemed to be a strange energy fluctuation there. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the others frowned. He said, "Let's go in and take a look." Anything that could attract the little white monkey's attention was definitely not ordinary. They rushed in, but there was a secret door in the dark place of the stairs. The door was dim and hidden in the shadows of the stairs. No one noticed it at all. Lin Xian and the others turned around and found that no one was paying attention to them. It seemed that those people were crazily fighting for treasures. They were all in a frenzy. "Let's go." Lin Xian and the others were very fast. They entered the secret door in an instant. Then, the dark red divine dragon cast a few seals. After entering, they heaved a sigh of relief. Then they looked around. There was a room inside. The whole room was dark green. There was no light, but it gave off a very simple aura. There were no treasures? The dark red divine dragon was a little disappointed. There were no pills, weapons, or secret manuals. However, Yen Ryu said, "How can there be no treasures? There are circles on the walls." The dark red divine dragon glanced and found that there was a painting on all four walls. It was a landscape painting. This aura was not ordinary. It carried the aura of Tao and an extremely shocking power. Could this be the work of the great sage? Thinking of this, they gasped. They could actually see the great sage's notes with their own eyes. It was definitely not a small matter. No wonder it could attract Little White's attention. "It's so messy here. I'll keep it first and look at it when it's safe." The dark red divine dragon waved its claws and wanted to grab one of the paintings. However, it was bounced away by a force. "Fuck, it hurts like hell." The dark red divine dragon gasped. Lin Xian said, "Since we can't take it away, let's study it." Lin Xian looked at the four paintings. The four paintings were different. One of them was an endless mountain range. It was densely packed and hidden in the clouds. At the right end of the painting, there were words carved with Tao runes. The mountains were small at a glance. It could be said that this was a divine ability, but it was more like a kind of artistic conception. Once it was used, its power would definitely be boundless. At this moment, the scrolls on the wall rolled up on their own, as if they were not allowed to look at them. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and the others didn't mind. The great sage's mechanism was so ingenious that if they didn't let them look, they wouldn't even be able to see them. Therefore, Lin Xian said, "Let's go." When they came out, they happened to meet a few people who wanted to go up to the second level. Immediately, they stared at Lin Xian and the others. Damn it, how did they get to that place? Was there anything there? These people instantly surrounded them. Many of them endured it and found that there were only a few scrolls around, but they were hung up. They tried for a long time, but they couldn't open them. Instead, they were sent flying by a force. Other than that, there was nothing else. Damn it, they must have taken the treasures. The people around them roared crazily. Among them, one of the sages had an extremely cold expression. "Damn brat, speak, what did you get? Hand it over and I'll spare your lives." There were also two clones of the sages who laughed sinisterly. Why waste time talking nonsense with them? Just capture them, collect their souls, keep their bodies, and take away their storage rings. There were more than 10 figures around them, and they pressed forward together. Among them were the sages and their clones. Their aura was too strong. However, at that moment, Lin Xian took a step forward, and an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. All the mountains looked small. Countless mountains seemed to have appeared under his feet, and those mountains directly enveloped the sages in front of him. Immediately, those people's expressions changed. Damn it, what's that? The sages roared crazily, and the people around them trembled in fear. They seemed to be standing at the foot of the mountains and looking up at the gods. At that moment, Lin Xian's aura was rising infinitely. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's eyes were so domineering that it was as if he was a supreme king looking down on ants. Plop, plop. The surrounding experts all knelt on the ground and trembled. They could not resist that aura at all. The clones of the sages felt their scalps go numb. Even the sages were sweating profusely, and their robes were all wet. He had seen such a situation before, but that was only when he faced an extremely terrifying sage. The kid in front of him was a half-sage. No matter how powerful he was, he should not be able to suppress him in terms of aura. However, he was trembling all over and did not dare to resist at all. Is this what it means to see all the mountains look small? The dark red dragon and the others were also extremely surprised. At that moment, Yen Ryu made her move. Then try my river flows into the great wilderness. As she spoke, countless mountains appeared on both sides of her. There was only one large river under her feet that was surging endlessly. The river water was too violent, and it swept towards those experts in an instant. With a boom, the surrounding half-sages were all swept into the water, and they screamed miserably. The sages' bodies also trembled. Damn it! They gritted their teeth and roared crazily. However, the primordial river was too terrifying. It kept retreating towards them. Run! These people are too strange. The sages took the lead to escape, and the others were scared out of their wits. You want to leave? It's harder than ascending to the heavens. The dark red dragon roared and soared into the sky. A blue sky appeared below it as if it was the firmament, enveloping those people. Those people found it difficult to move. Damn it, why can't I move? Chapter 3387. Ha, look at my mesmerizing flowers. The North Demon also walked out. His 1,000-demon body shone brightly. With a wave of his hand, countless beautiful flowers bloomed around him. The petals danced in the air, forming an illusory array. The half-saints inside were all stunned. They seemed to be lost in it. Some of them even laughed foolishly. However, behind the illusion was a terrifying killing intent. The petals suddenly turned into peerless hidden weapons that pierced through the half-saints' foreheads. Even the half-saints were hit. They screamed miserably. They burned their half-saints' blood and rushed out of the strange scene. Then they escaped. One of the half-saints' clones exploded and escaped with the power of self-destruction. However, the other one was left behind. It was surrounded by countless beautiful flowers and could not escape at all. The remaining half-saints were also killed. The 4 of them used their new ultimate moves. The power was extraordinarily terrifying. Ah, this feels so good. The dark red dragon kept roaring. He was too excited. Lin Xian was also shocked. Although he knew that it was powerful, he was still shocked when he used it to defeat people. Even the half-saints could not resist it. The great sage's move was too powerful. He didn't know if it was specially carved or drawn casually. If it was really drawn casually, then that kind of method was definitely heaven-defying. Let's go. Lin Xian and the others retracted the vision and walked toward the second level. They did not know if there were any treasures left behind by the great sage. When they reached the second level, they stopped. They found that the second level was filled with seawater. It was not ordinary seawater. It should be the essence of the void ocean that had been refined by the great sage. Therefore, it was exceptionally terrifying. It was like the Milky Way that blocked their path. It was the Milky Way's water that blocked everyone's path. For a moment, no one dared to go forward. However, after Lin Xian and the others arrived, many others arrived. When they saw the Milky Way's water in front of them, they immediately sneered. What's the big deal? Let me do it. 2 half-saints of the water half-saints came out. They moved very quickly. Fragments of the law of water instantly rose from their bodies. Then they laughed loudly and walked forward. In an instant, they seemed to have turned into water gods. They were extremely agile and entered the Milky Way. However, as soon as they entered, they screamed in pain. The Milky Way's water stirred and swallowed the two half-saints of the water half-saints. Then there was no sound. Everyone was so scared that their hair stood on end. The newcomers felt their scalps go numb. Half-saints of the water half-saints, just like that? Half-saints of the water half-saints. Heavens, what kind of water is this? Someone in front sneered. Do you think we won't go if it's so easy? Half-saints of the Milky Ways of water, half-saints of the water, half-saints of the Milky Way. Half-saints of the half-saints of, half-saints, half-saints, of the half-saints of half-saints, half-saints of the Milky Way, half-saints blood demon half-saint. However, at that moment, the people from the Seacone clan moved. It's almost done. We can go now. They used the blood to surround themselves and then walked forward. Sure enough, he was fine. Half-saint Milky demon half-saints of demon half-saints of the half-saint to demon demon. They didn't have the Seacone bloodline, but they seemed to have found a flaw. Everyone's path was very winding. It was as if the Milky Way in front of them was an array. As long as they passed through it cleverly, they wouldn't be injured. The people behind also tried to enter, but most of them didn't know the mystery inside. So, they were drowned in minutes. Of course, there were also a few saints who relied on their powerful weapons and strength to resist. The remaining people had ugly expressions. Those who could pass were all-powerful saints or top sects like the Milky Demon half-saints of the Milky Way. The others didn't have such strength. Were they going to be trapped here for the rest of their lives and only be able to watch those people fight for the treasures? They couldn't accept it. However, at this moment, a few people said, "Get out of the way. We want to cross the Milky Way." Hearing that, the others all turned their heads. 4 figures walked out. The 4 people had their backs to them, but they looked very young. How dare such people cross the river? What a joke. Who are these people? Did they have a death wish? Yes, they weren't saints at all. If they were disciples of a large sect like the Milky Demon half-saints of the Milky Way, they would have followed them. The people in front of them were obviously itinerant cultivators. Everyone sneered. They looked at the backs of the 4 people, waiting to see how they would die. However, the 4 people ignored them. Among them, Lin Xian said, "What do you think? Did you see it clearly? You saw it roughly, but it'll take some time to study it carefully. I think with our strength, we can resist it for a while." Lin Xian nodded and said, "Ruffian Dragon, use the heaven-crippling chessboard as a formation. We'll support you in battle and force our way through." The dark red dragon instantly played the heaven-crippling chessboard. Immediately, Lin Xian and the other 2 jumped on it and flew toward the Milky Way. There's really someone who doesn't know what's good for him. The people behind sneered. Soon, they were stunned because they found that the person could block the Milky Way's water and was quickly crossing the Milky Way. That's an array formation. They're using an array formation. Get on that array formation. We can follow them. Suddenly, hope rose in everyone's heart. Previously, they did not dare to talk to Dragon Valley, Ba Huangdong, or the Sage. But now, there were only 4 people, and they were using an ingenious array formation. That made them tempted. In an instant, many people soared into the sky. "Kid, take me over, and I'll give you a weapon. Let me go up, and I'll teach you a divine power for free. Kid, you'd better let us go up, or we'll pull out your tendons and peel off your bones. You'll wish you were dead." Some people tried to tempt him, but most of them were threatening him. In their opinion, it would be easy for them to threaten him with so many people. Hearing those voices, Lin Xian did not even turn his head. "Come up if you want to die, scram if you don't want to die." Oh my, how arrogant can he be? The people behind were furious. Although they could not cross the Milky Way, it did not mean that they were weak. Since they were able to enter this place, they were all powerhouses with tricks up their sleeves. At this moment, they were being berated by a young man who did not even turn his head. Was he looking down on them? In an instant, those people were furious. "Damn it, let's join forces and capture this kid. We'll let them use the array formation to help us cross the Milky Way." Immediately, 8 powerhouses jumped out. Their bodies emitted boundless light that swept through the entire space. Chapter 3388. Do you want to die? Lin Xian snorted coldly and turned around. His qi and blood were like dragons, and an extremely terrifying sword will gushed out and swept in all directions. That aura was so terrifying that it made everyone's expression change. They seemed to have an illusion that they were not facing a young man, but a saint. At that moment, Lin Xian was bursting with power. His black hair danced wildly, and his eyes were like divine swords. The sword aura on his body was like a dragon. When it came out, it let out a terrifying roar and directly shattered the seal. The 8 experts who wanted to attack immediately stopped. They were shocked and their bodies were trembling. He was too strong. He was able to shatter the seal that they worked together to create in an instant. The others screamed. What? Is him Lin Wudi? What do you mean by that person is Lin Wudi? The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. The 8 experts who attacked were about to cry. They dared to cause trouble for Lin Wudi. Were they tired of living? Those people quickly shook their heads. Young Master Lin, we were wrong. Young Master Lin, please spare us. 2 of them even knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. When the other 6 people saw that, they also knelt in the void. Their hearts were twitching. If Lin Xian wanted to kill them, it would be a piece of cake. They might be spared from death, but they could not escape punishment. Their cultivation would be reduced by 100 years. Lin Xian flicked his finger. A sword wave rushed out and hit the 8 people. The 8 of them screamed and retreated. Every one of them was injured, and there was a terrifying sword mark on their bodies. That sword had seriously injured them and even damaged their foundation. They would not be able to recover without 100 years' time. Lin Xian was too decisive, and they could not resist at all. However, the 4 of them did not dare to have any thoughts of revenge. Because their opponent was Lin Wudi. They could only thank Lin Xian for sparing their lives. Lin Xian snorted coldly and turned around with his hands behind his back. They controlled the heaven-crippling chessboard and quickly crossed the Milky Way. The people behind him were all stunned. He was really too powerful. With a raise of his hand, he suppressed all of them. Children should be like Lin Wudi. Those experts were envious. The others were also silent for a while. Yes, if any family had a genius like Lin Wudi, that family would definitely soar to the sky. Lin Xian and the others used the heavenly crippled chessboard to cross the Milky Way and head inside. Soon, they passed through the 2nd level and arrived at the 3rd level. From the looks of it, there was only one Milky Way on the 2nd level, which blocked everyone's path. After reaching the 3rd floor, Lin Xian's group stopped. The Sikong clan and those powerhouses who had gone there before were also here. These people were all looking around, and many of them were even looking up. Lin Xian also raised his head and looked up. Previously, when he was on the 1st floor, he could only see the 3rd floor. He couldn't see anything beyond the 3rd floor. Now that he had arrived at the 3rd level, he naturally wanted to take a look. What was above the 3rd level? However, after taking a look, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Above the 3rd level, there was a passageway. The surrounding walls were all flickering with light. They were completely made of divine crystals. There were also some rare metals, which were excellent materials for refining half-saint artifacts. They were precious treasures in the eyes of a half-saint. But here, they were casually made into walls. The method was very extravagant. The engraved patterns on the walls were also extremely profound, flickering with incomparably mysterious power. There were even sunken holes on the walls, and there was something on each of them. Some were weapons, some were elixir bottles. Some were paintings or jade slips. It was obvious that these were all treasures stored here. Every treasure was sealed. They couldn't be taken. They could only be taken by breaking the seal. The dark red divine dragon next to him also looked up and exclaimed. The carvings were beautiful. The light made it look like the sky was full of gods and Buddhas. Indeed, there was something at the top. Yen Ryu also exclaimed in surprise. Lin Xian opened his heavenly secret godly eyes and looked carefully. The next moment, his pupils shrank. Did he find it? He saw that on the 7th level, which was the top of the pagoda, there was a statue floating in the void. It seemed to be suppressing the entire pagoda. The statue was blue in color, but it was very simple and did not have much light. From this angle, Lin Xian could only see the lower half of the statue. However, with just a glance, he could feel the vastness of heaven and earth, as if that person could suppress all things in the universe. The statue of the great sage. That's right, it must be the statue of the great sage. Lin Xian clenched his fists. It seemed that that thing was his ultimate goal. He had to find a way to get it. However, before he could do anything, the people in front turned their heads. They didn't expect that someone else could come from behind. For a moment, they all looked at him. Many people's expressions changed. Lin Wudi, they exclaimed in surprise. Among them, Long Shan, Yu Lingzi, and the others' expressions became incomparably ugly. However, the experts of their sex snorted coldly, their eyes gloomy. Was this person Lin Wudi? He was much younger than they had imagined. At this moment, a young figure walked out from the Xikong clan at the front. It was Xikong Jing. Xikong Jing said, "The Xikong clan is willing to join forces with the major sects and the sages. However, other than the sages and sects that are on par with our Xikong clan, I don't want anyone else to appear here." As he said this, he stared at Lin Xian and the others. Immediately, everyone turned their heads, and a cold smile appeared on their faces. They knew that Xikong Jing's words were directed at Lin Wudi. However, they were very confused. With Xikong Jing's status and strength, shouldn't he join forces with all of them to deal with Lin Wudi? Could it be that there was a secret behind this? Before they could figure it out, Long Shan, Huang Badian, and Yu Lingzi also walked out. That's right, I agree. We are all the top forces. Why should a few small rogue cultivators come here to share the treasure with us? Why don't we join forces and get rid of them? That's right, these people are all treasures, especially Lin Wudi, who is the successor of two great inheritances. Long Shan's eyes also lit up with a fiery light. The surrounding experts of the major sects all frowned. What's going on? Chapter 3389. When Lin Xian heard this, he burst into laughter. Although your excuses are dignified, you still can't hide the fear in your hearts. You 4 pieces of trash escaped from me last time, so I didn't continue to chase after you. Why, you still dare to find trouble with me now? Do you think that the elites of your family are here? Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Lin Xian looked around, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Long Shan and the others were so frightened that they took a few steps back. Their faces were extremely ugly. The elites around them gasped. What was going on? Could it be that they had all been defeated by him? Thinking of this, their scalps went numb. This Lin Wudi, how much has he grown? What nonsense! An elite from the Dragon Valley stood out and shouted coldly. Lin Wudi, you think too highly of yourself. Do you think that the elites of the Dragon Valley can't beat you? They just don't want to waste their energy. That's right. The elites of the 8-Wind Hall also stepped out. There's no need to fight one-on-one against you. We have the absolute advantage. Just kill him. Why bother talking to him? The elites of the Dark Moon Temple also stepped out. They also didn't believe that their elites would lose to Lin Xian. They also didn't want to admit this fact. Lin Xian sneered. What's wrong? You're wavering, aren't you? You want to kill me to silence me? Ask yourself, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? I can crush them to death with just one hand. Lin Xian looked at Long Shan and the others with a look of disdain. The elites of the Dragon Valley and the 8-Wind Hall were so angry that they vomited blood. But soon, their faces became extremely ugly. At this point, their elites didn't refute? It was unbelievable. Unless their elites were really defeated by Lin Xian, and it was a crushing defeat that left an indelible shadow in their hearts. What was going on? The elites of the Dragon Valley and the 8-Wind Hall looked at Long Shan, Huang Tianba, Xikong Jing, and the others. Long Shan and Huang Beishan's faces were extremely ugly, and their lips were trembling. Could it be that they had to admit it in public? They weren't a match for the other party, and they were even torn apart by the other party's single move. Were they almost killed? They could not bring themselves to say such words. However, at that moment, Xikong Jing stepped forward and let out a cold laugh. Kid, I'll fight you. Last time, we were careless and suffered at your hands. This time, I will prove in front of all the elders and experts that you are no match for me. Hearing this, the crowd gasped. Was Si Kongjing going to come out? Long Shan, Huang Batian, and Yu Lingzi exchanged glances. Where did this guy get his confidence from? However, they soon recalled that this place was no ordinary place. This was because in the Great Sage Pagoda, the bloodline of the Sikong clan was strengthened, while the strength of the others was suppressed. In this way, the gap between the two sides would be very obvious. If no one was from the Sikong family, then it was fine. However, if they were to fight against the people of the Sikong family, they would be at a disadvantage. This was probably the reason why Si Kongjing dared to come out at this time. Lin Xian looked forward and let out a cold laugh. Oh, you want to fight me? You don't have such courage outside. Do you think you can challenge me in your family's Great Sage Pagoda? Do you think you are a match for me just because my strength is suppressed by 30% and you have the bloodline enhancement? Let me tell you, even in the Great Sage Pagoda, you are still not a match for me. Lin Xian's words were quite arrogant. This was equivalent to directly provoking the Sikong family. The people of the Sikong family were furious. He waved his arm, and the powerful force turned into countless blue rays of light, forming a huge wave vortex that spun around him. The law of water? Many people frowned. The other party did not use the 10,000 dragons diagram to attack, but the law of water. Wasn't he too careless? Chapter 3390. In the sky, 9 huge cloud dragons rushed over and collided with the black vortex in an instant. There was a loud dragon roar as if it wanted to tear the vortex apart. However, the vortex was extremely terrifying. There was a trace of black aura in the blue light. When the black aura came into contact with the silver dragon shrank rapidly as if it had come into contact with a lightning bolt. It was as if the vortex had swallowed up the Milky Way. In the end, the sea-colored vortex was still spinning, but the 9 silver dragon waterfalls had disappeared, leaving only a trace of aura between heaven and earth. It was not enough. Lin Xian shook his head with a hint of mockery. Damn it, how could it be? The surrounding people were stunned. Si Kongjing's expression also changed. His expression became extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe it. I can increase my strength by 30% here. I don't believe you can withstand it. Bright moon above the sea. He roared and activated the power of his bloodline. A bright moon appeared in the vortex of the sea. As soon as the bright moon appeared, it brought with it a powerful force that kept crushing Lin Xian, trying to crush Lin Xian into a bloody mist. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying moon leaped out of the sea and charged straight at Lin Xian, causing a loud rumble to be heard. The front was shrouded in an endless flow of energy. He hit him. Great! Everyone exclaimed. The people of the Sikong clan even smiled. At such a close distance, he was hit by the bright moon above the sea. Even if he did not die, he would be torn into pieces. Let's see how arrogant he can be this time. Is that all you have? Is this the effect of your 30% increase in strength? How pitifully weak. At this moment, a faint voice was heard. Everyone saw a huge golden hand tearing apart all the energy. Lin Xian's body merely swayed a little from the intense collision before he regained his composure. This scene caused everyone to scream like they had gone crazy. This is impossible. Si Kongjing was flustered and could not believe it. If such a scene had occurred outside, he would have to admit that his strength was indeed inferior to the other parties. But now, they were in the Great Sage Pagoda. He had a 30% bloodline bonus, and his opponent's strength was also suppressed by 30%. There was a difference of 6 levels of strength between the two of them. Could it be that he couldn't defeat the other party? This was absolutely impossible. Had the other party already surpassed him by so much? He didn't dare accept it. The others were stupefied as well. The great sex experts and elders sucked in cold breaths of air. How could it be like this? They had thought of countless possibilities before, but they had never thought of such a possibility. This was simply too unbelievable. No wonder their geniuses, Dragon Mountain and Huang Batian, didn't dare to say anything. Apparently, they really had been defeated by this Lin Wudi. Furthermore, it should be a crushing defeat. Right at this moment, Lin Xian spoke. Is this the power of your augmentation? How pitifully weak. Do you intend to use such a trump card against me? Damn it. I don't believe it. Xikong Jing roared like a madman. The wind and clouds shook the 9 heavens. He waved his hands, and suddenly, the wind and clouds in the void changed as if they were going to sweep through the 9 heavens. This force was so terrifying that it could split the sky and the earth. Go to hell. The terrifying wind and clouds shook the 9 heavens and completely shrouded Lin Xian. This was a divine power that was even more terrifying than the previous 2 heaven and earth phenomenons. Pumph. Lin Xian snorted and directly used his fist to transform into a Kunpeng. The Kunpeng was incomparably majestic. One side was as black as ink, while the other side was as golden as light. It soared into the 9 heavens and directly tore the wind and clouds into pieces. Bang, bang, bang. Under the fierce bombardment, Xikong Jing also took 3 steps back. His face was pale, and his hands were trembling uncontrollably. An ant will always be an ant. Even if they were in another place, they still wouldn't be able to shake a giant dragon. I'll show you how big the gap between us is. Lin Xian took a step forward and looked down at the mountains. Endless mountains appeared around him like a bottomless abyss. Lin Xian was like a god on top of the mountain, looking down at the people below. Xikong Jing was shrouded by this mysterious force. Looking at the heaven and earth phenomenons, he couldn't help but tremble. With a plop, he finally couldn't help but kneel on the ground. What? Xikong Jing is kneeling? The surrounding people went crazy. They would believe it if Xikong Jing was defeated. But kneeling? How could that be? Xikong Jing was a peerless genius and he had his own pride. Even if he died, he wouldn't kneel. However, it was too strange for him to kneel on the ground. The people of Xikong Jing's family were even more shocked. A few of them roared, "Damn it, Ying, what are you doing? Why are you making him kneel? Stand up." 2 of them quickly walked forward, wanting to take Xikong Jing away. However, as soon as they came forward, they were shrouded by this strange heaven and earth phenomenons. In the next moment, they felt the sky and earth spinning. The force made them float up and down. Such a voice kept ringing in his ears. Damn it, this force! They were too shocked. Now they finally knew why Xikong Jing was kneeling on the ground. This kind of floating force was simply irresistible. Bang, bang. The 2 of them also unconsciously knelt on the ground and trembled. This scene was like a sudden clap of thunder that stunned the surrounding people. The members of the Xikong clan were even more shocked. Even their other 2 powerhouses had knelt down? What kind of spell was this? It was too strange. This brat is too strange. I suggest that we work together and take him down. An elder of the Xikong family coldly shouted. The surrounding people also nodded. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace were the first to express their opinion. They had long wanted to make a move. They had a strong hatred for Lin Xian. After all, Lin Xian was a member of the Vermilion Bird Palace. As for Lin Xian, he had slapped the Vermilion Bird Palace hard in the face back on planet Suzaku. Now that they had a chance to hit Lin Xian while he was down, they naturally had to do their part. After receiving the support of the Vermilion Bird Palace, the people of the Xikong family calmed down a bit. It looked like they really had to capture this brat. I also want to know what kind of secret this brat has. The powerhouses of the Dragon Valley, 8 Wind Palace, and Dark Moon Temple all walked over. At this moment, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The Vermilion Bird Palace expert trembled all over, and a sense of fear enveloped his heart. However, he soon gritted his teeth and roared. Divine red blood palm. His palm turned red. It was the blood of the Vermilion Bird. The blood was incomparably terrifying. When he sent out his palm, it turned into a small blood-colored world that directly engulfed Lin Xian. This was also a powerful ability. The divine red blood palm could forcibly refine a person's qi and blood. It could be said to be incomparably vicious. Let's see how you block it, kid. The Vermilion Bird Palace expert sneered. Even a saint would be injured when he sent out his palm. Those below the saint level would definitely be turned into a bloody mist in an instant, unable to escape. The crimson world filled the air. However, a terrifying dragon's roar could be heard from within. Immediately, the entire blood-colored world shook violently. Many terrifying cracks appeared on it. Finally, it split open with a boom. Lin Xian charged over with a sword light in his hand. With one strike, he shattered the other party's small blood-colored world. Not only that, the other party's palms were also split in half. The expert from the Vermilion Bird Palace screamed and retreated, his face pale. He stared straight ahead. How was this possible? The other party broke his divine red blood palm so easily? In the next moment, when he saw the weapon in the other party's hand, he was stunned. The Great Spear of Destruction. He finally screamed. The 5 of you are only SOS. You want to kill me? You're too naive. Damn it, all of you, attack and kill him. The Vermilion Bird Palace expert roared madly. Beside him, 2 more figures stepped forward. Their auras were no weaker than the former's. Not only Vermilion Bird Palace, but the Dragon Valley, Dark Moon Palace, 8 Wind Palace, and Seekong Clan also stepped forward. This time, there were more than a dozen experts. A group battle? The dark red dragon roared and its body turned into a huge dragon coiled in the void. The North Demon activated the body of 10,000 demons. The sky-piercing divine tree appeared behind him. On the other side, Yenryu's eyes also burst with a cold light. Someone roared, and the battle instantly erupted. More than a dozen experts fought with Lin Xian and the other 3. The commotion was extremely terrifying. In fact, there were even saints who were secretly making their moves. Obviously, their main goal was to capture Lin Xian. This was because Lin Xian had the most treasures on him. The 2 great inheritances made the saints jealous. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread down from the 3rd floor. Fortunately, this was the Great Sage Pagoda. Everything was the ruins of the Great Sage. Therefore, even if these people attacked with all their strength, they would not damage this place at all. However, the space inside the Great Sage Pagoda was torn apart. They protected Yulingzi as they retreated while assassinating Lin Xian. Every move was aimed at a vital point. All mountains looked small. Lin Xian unleashed the illusion of mountains, and his aura rose infinitely. This kind of phenomenon caused the few people near him to stiffen and kneel in midair. Lin Xian punched out again, and the 10,000 dragons picture sent the remaining people flying. There was no one around Lin Xian anymore. Yulingzi's face was extremely pale. Stop, I didn't attack you. You can't. Before he could finish, he was also pierced through. His heart was split open, and his body was picked up by the Great Spear of Destruction. Now, Lin Xian's body was stained with the blood of his enemies. The Great Spear of Destruction in his hand flickered with a bright red light. There were 3 figures on it. They were 3 peerless prodigies. They screamed miserably, but they didn't die. That was because Lin Xian didn't kill them. Instead, he carried the bodies of the 3 people and charged toward the 4th prodigy. 8 Desolate Palace, Huangbadian. The people of the 8 Desolate Palace blocked frantically, but it was useless. Huangba was also pierced through by the spear. Finally, a prodigy of the Vermilion Bird Palace was also pierced through. Lin Xian pierced through 5 people with the Great Spear of Destruction in his hand. He stood in the void like a stick of candied hawthorn. Blood continued to drip, dyeing the surrounding void red. This scene was simply too shocking. Damn brat, let go of our people. You're dead meat. I'll never let you leave alive. The surrounding sects and families all surrounded him with ferocious expressions. Lin Xian stood there like a god-fiend. His gaze swept in all directions. You won't let me go? All right, let's see if I can let your people go. His palm shook, and an extremely cold sword intent was transmitted from the Great Spear of Destruction. In an instant, the 5 of them were all shattered. Even their souls were instantly destroyed. No, damn it. The surrounding powerhouses have all gone crazy. They're dead. Xikong Jing, Huang Batian, Long Shan, and Yu Lingzi were all top prodigies. They were all people who could become sages and shine on the path of the great emperor in the future. But now they were all killed together. Their hearts were bleeding. Kill him and tear him into pieces. Otherwise, it would be difficult to relieve the hatred in their hearts. These people attacked crazily. Lin Xian directly activated the 10,000 Dragons picture and swept in all directions. At the same time, he activated the hidden immortal pagoda and kept attacking. The battle was very tragic. In the end, even the sages could not help but make a move. Lin Xian was directly sent flying. The powerhouses of the Xikong family were also sent flying with him. They directly crashed into the wall of the Great Sage Pagoda in the distance. With a boom, the entire Great Sage Pagoda shook. "Kid, are you all right?" Chapter 3393. Damn you, leave the elixir behind. The powerhouses of the Xikong clan roared furiously. His words attracted the attention of the surrounding people, and countless pairs of eyes looked over. What's going on? Did someone get the elixir? They turned around and stared at Lin Wudi and the elders of the Xikong clan. He was the one who broke the seal and got a bottle of the great sage's elixir. The two elders of the Xikong clan pointed at Lin Xian and gritted their teeth. The great sage's elixir. The surrounding people all stopped in their tracks and turned their heads to look in that direction. In the next moment, they saw that the seal had indeed been broken. The elixir inside had disappeared. Instantly, these people looked at Lin Xian again. "Kid, hand over the elixir." "You dared to kill our sect's genius powerhouse. Today, I'll tear you into pieces." They hadn't experienced the pain of their genius being killed just now, but now, their eyes turned red again. It's this kid again. Oh no. The dark red divine dragon and the others' hearts suddenly shrank. The previous incident hadn't ended yet, and now there was a new one. This time, it would probably be hard to let it go. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. "Oh, you want to snatch the elixir, right?" He took out the elixir bottle and threw it forward. It was the people of the Xikong clan. The people of the Xikong clan thought that the other party was going to throw some hidden weapon, but when they saw that it was a bottle of elixir, they subconsciously caught it. Lin Xian said, "The great sage's elixir has already been given to the Xikong clan, so it's considered returning it to its rightful owner, so don't look for me anymore." As he spoke, he retreated backward. The surrounding people's gazes all shifted away from him and landed on the two powerhouses of the Xikong clan. The people of the Xikong clan were stunned. The surrounding powerhouses of the other clans gathered together. They all gathered together. Did they get what they wanted? That brat was indeed more sensible than others. However, even if he handed over the elixir, they wouldn't let him go. "Quick, take a look. What elixir is that?" The elders of the Xikong clan who rushed over asked. The two of them opened the elixir, and their expressions changed instantly. "Damn it, we've been cheated. It's just an ordinary elixir." Their faces instantly became incomparably dark as they stared straight ahead. "Kid, how dare you swap it? Hurry and hand over the real great sage's elixir." Angry roars could be heard. Lin Xian laughed coldly. The Xikong clan was so arrogant. They actually dared to say that he had switched them? Of the elixirs of the elixir bottle. Do you dare to say that it wasn't taken out from the seal? You're spouting nonsense. You must have swapped it out just now. The members of the Xikong family shouted angrily. Ask Lin of Saif the of clans of the eyes of the surrounding people of. On the other hand, the Xikong clan is now protected by countless powerhouses. It's probably very easy for you to do something secretly. Don't forget that this is your own great sage pagoda. You're the master of this place. Now you're wrongly accusing me, a young junior. Are you shameless? At first, everyone was very suspicious of Lin Xian. However, when they heard those words, they all stared at the Xikong clan again. Yes, Lin Xian was definitely strong in terms of combat. However, when it came to other things, Lin Xian couldn't do it. Of course, the Xikong clan was the most familiar with this place. This was because previously, whether it was breaking the array or crossing the Milky Way, the Xikong clan had done it very easily. They could do it easily with their own blood. Now that they had obtained the Great Sage's elixir, it was very easy for them to secretly exchange it for the elixir. Therefore, everyone else was stunned. The Xikong clan looked unfriendly. You people from the Xikong clan had better cooperate obediently. Since you have a way to open the seal, you have a way to open the other seals as well. Let's quickly cooperate and share the treasures together. Otherwise, don't blame us for taking action. The powerhouses of the Vermilion Bird Palace, Eight Wind Palace, and Dragon Valley all spoke coldly. The surrounding sages were also glaring at them. Damn it, you've been deceived. The powerhouses of the Xikong clan were so angry that they vomited blood. They were trembling with anger. Why didn't anyone believe them? He pointed at Lin Xian in the distance and said, "It's him. It's this kid who did it. It has nothing to do with us." "Oh, is that so? Then do you dare to let these powerhouses search your storage ring?" Lin Xian said coldly. As soon as he said that, the faces of the Xikong clan changed again. The surrounding powerhouses' eyes lit up. "Brother Xikong, why don't you let us check it out? Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll really wrongly accuse you." "Yes, even if you have a clear conscience, let us check it out. Or rather, we can cooperate to seize the other seals." "Damn it, what are you doing? Let's catch that kid together. He's our common enemy. Why are you listening to him? Don't you want revenge?" Of course we have to take revenge. Since he dared to kill our prodigies, he'll definitely die. However, he won't be able to escape anytime soon in the Great Sage Pagoda, so we'll let him live for a while longer. The most important thing now was to seize the treasures and open the seals. Many powerhouses' eyes flashed with a piercing cold light. Indeed, their prodigies were already dead. Even if they killed Lin Xian, their prodigies couldn't be resurrected. In that case, their attention would still be on them. They would obtain the treasures and increase their strength. When the time came, they would kill Lin Xian. This way, they would be able to take revenge and they wouldn't be left behind. After all, it was every man for himself. I advise you to cooperate obediently. Yes, otherwise it won't look good for anyone. A few powerhouses said. The Xikong family members were so angry that they vomited blood. They pointed at Lin Xian, trembling all over. "Damn kid, how dare you trick me?" "Trick you?" Lin Xian sneered. "What did they do before?" The other party had teamed up with the powerhouses of several large families and sects to besiege him. Now, he was going to let these people have a taste of being besieged. Isn't the Xikong family powerful? Aren't you high and mighty? Didn't you always think that the Great Sage Pagoda is your territory? All right, I'll let you have a taste of what it feels like to be besieged by the Vermilion Bird Palace and other top sects. The Xikong family members naturally knew that they couldn't become enemies with sects like the Dragon Valley. However, they wouldn't be willing to let the other party search them. Because just now, they had indeed obtained many good things on the first level with their bloodline. Moreover, they had also obtained many benefits before entering the Great Sage Pagoda. How could they let these people search them now? At this moment, Lin Xian spoke again. "I'm afraid you still don't know that on the first level, even before coming out of the Great Sage Pagoda, the Xikong family had already conquered many secret underwater caves." Chapter 3394. As soon as he said that, the expressions of the Xikong family members changed. Upon seeing this scene, the surrounding people from the Dragon Valley frowned. It seemed that they had indeed obtained something good. They cooperated obediently and opened all the remaining seals. They were thoroughly enraged. They had been here for so long but had not obtained many treasures. On the other hand, it seemed that the Xikong family had obtained a great harvest. How could they feel at ease in this way? Damn it, how is this possible? The Xikong family members were shocked. Could it be that this kid had seen it before? But they realized that someone had peeked at it before. The dark red divine dragon and the others also flew to Lin Xian's side and asked softly, "Kid, what's going on?" Lin Xian replied telepathically. He had guessed that the Sikong family knew that the Great Sage Pagoda was here. Moreover, it was said that every time the Great Sage Pagoda opened the void ocean, countless powerhouses would be sent in. Thus, they must be the most familiar with the situation in the void ocean. Therefore, the probability of them obtaining the treasures was also the highest. Su Chen's guess was right. The Sikong family had indeed obtained many treasures before, so they would not let the Great Sage Pagoda investigate now. At this moment, a powerhouse from the Sikong family said, "Damn it, this kid is trying to trick us. He's trying to sow discord between us. He wants to reap the benefits without doing anything." "That's right, I'm indeed trying to sow discord. Besides, I lied before. The Sikong family did not obtain anything. Everyone, please don't make things difficult for the Sikong family." Lin Xian shrugged. As soon as he said that, the surrounding powerhouses' faces darkened. How was this possible? When they saw the changes in the faces of the space-time family members, they knew that something was wrong. Thus, these people's expressions turned cold and their auras became stronger. No matter what happened before, they would work together to break the remaining seals and split the treasures. Otherwise, don't blame them for being rude. Damn it, don't go too far. This is our Great Sage Pagoda. So what if it's your Great Sage Pagoda? If you're not convinced, then let's fight. The powerhouses of the Dragon Valley had the most explosive temper and attacked directly. With a boom, the battle erupted. The Sikong family members were furious. Did they think they were afraid of them? They unleashed all types of heaven and earth irregular scenes to contend against the bodies of the dragons. Heaven's shocking collisions rang out, and terrifying power swept out in all directions. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. The Eight-Wind Palace, the Dark Moon Palace, the Vermilion Bird Palace, and the surrounding sages had all made their moves. For a time, the Sikong clan received an extremely severe blow. Although these people's strength had been suppressed by 30%, and they had the bonus of their bloodline, there were simply too many experts around. For a time, they were beaten back repeatedly and vomited blood. Damn it, let's fight. The members of the Sikong clan roared madly, while Lin Xian and the others retreated into the distance. Looking at this scene, they sneered repeatedly. Hee, the Sikong clan would probably vomit blood from anger this time. Serves them right. Who told them to join hands to deal with us earlier? Now, let them have a taste of being beaten up by a crowd. Since the battle had started, it probably wouldn't stop for a while. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't pay attention to it and let these people fight each other. He still had his own goals. He raised his head and looked at the statue of the Great Sage at the top. Next, he would seize the statue of the Great Sage. Thinking of this, Lin Xian retracted his aura. His figure flashed, and he directly rushed to the top. No matter how strong these people were, even if they were sages, they were still humans. Although their strength was beyond heaven and earth, humans were greedy creatures. Now that they had tasted the sweetness, how could they stop? As expected, the people of the Dragon Valley and Eight-Wind Hall attacked even more fiercely. Every move was fatal. They wanted to kill the people of the Sikong clan and seize all the treasures of the Sikong clan. As expected, the battle that followed was even more terrifying. The people of the Sikong clan were injured even more severely. They were about to be wiped out. At this moment, the people of the Sikong clan roared madly. Damn it, you've gone too far. Since you want to kill, don't blame me for being merciless. At most, we'll all die together. After saying that, he waved his hand and the blood of countless powerhouses flew out and merged into the surrounding Great Sage Pagoda. Many of them knelt down respectfully and shouted loudly. Please show your spirit and destroy the strong enemy. Chapter 3395. Around them, the walls of the Grand Sacred Tower suddenly lit up after absorbing the blood of the powerhouses from the Sikong clan. They formed a terrifying blood-red pattern. Then, they turned into lightning and charged over. Boom! The blood-red lightning danced in the air and split open. Then, the experts of the Vermilion Bird Palace and the Eight-Wind Palace screamed. They were directly split open, and countless lightning cracks appeared on their bodies. The others, such as those from the Dragon Valley and the Dark Moon Temple, felt their scalps go numb. That was because the blood-red lightning around them kept rushing over, as if it had turned into a blood-red sea of lightning. It was extremely terrifying. The Grand Ancestor had appeared. Our great sage had appeared. The Sikong family members were covered in blood. Their faces were pale, and many of them had already fallen to the ground, twitching. However, when they saw this scene, they were extremely excited. Their hearts were burning with passion. The great sage had finally appeared to save them. Damn it, how could this be? Could it be that the great sage wasn't completely dead? The expressions of the surrounding experts all changed. A few of the sages even shouted coldly and split open the terrifying lightning. Then they charged forward. At the same time, the statue of the great sage above them moved. An extremely terrifying aura surged down. It was a majestic aura that formed a huge seal that descended from the sky. With a boom, two sages were directly sent flying. The two sages screamed as their bodies were split in half. They hurriedly dragged their bodies and fled into the distance. Their eyes were filled with fear. What was that? There was actually something here that could threaten them. The others also looked up. They saw that there was a statue of the great sage above them. It stood there, suppressing everything. Moreover, Lin Xian and the others were standing near the statue of the great sage. Damn it, how did that kid go there? Could it be that the attack just now was from him? No, that was a majestic aura. Was it from the Sikong family? Which statue did it come from? Could it be that the brat was there for the statue of the great sage? At the thought of this, many people's eyes turned red. If they could obtain the statue of the great sage, they would be able to comprehend the secrets within. Perhaps, he might be able to obtain the inheritance of the great sage. All of a sudden, many people rushed over. But at this moment, the great sage statue was imposing as well. The righteous chi kept gushing out in all directions, hitting the people who wanted to get close, causing them to scream miserably. Lin Xian and the others felt their hearts beating wildly. The great sage statue was already so terrifying just by releasing some of its aura. If he really went all out, the power would be unimaginable. Even a statue was so powerful? How terrifying would the real great sage be? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. At the same time, they also felt a sense of relief. This was because they were currently floating beside the statue of the great sage. It could be said that they were standing side by side with the statue and not beneath the feet of the great sage. Therefore, he was not attacked by the righteous spirit. However, their hearts were still beating wildly. Who knew if the great sage statue would suddenly attack them? The dark red dragon frowned. Kid, hurry up and think of a way to get that thing away. Otherwise, more and more people would be targeting it. By then, it would be troublesome to make a move. Lin Xian said, "Of course, I know. But this thing is too strange. I can't even lift it." His face was pale. With the power of his divine body, what could he not lift? But the great sage statue did not move at all. Buzz. The sages below rushed over again, trying to get close to the great sage statue. Because to them, the great sage statue must be hiding the inheritance of the great sage. Therefore their eyes were red. Their bodies were covered in blood, and some of them were even about to activate their blood vessels. Seeing this, Lin Xian was also extremely anxious. But at this moment, the great dragon sword spirit suddenly flew out and pierced towards the great sage statue. This scene was truly too sudden. It was so sudden that even Lin Xian was shocked. The dark red dragon, Yan Ruyu, and the others screamed. What's going on? Did Lin Xian make a move? They turned around and saw Lin Xian's shocked face. In the blink of an eye, the great dragon sword's soul collided with the great sage statue and released a shocking amount of energy. A terrifying sword ripple swept out in all directions as the righteous chi of the heavens and earth surged wildly. A crack appeared on the great sage statue and spread in all directions. Lin Xian gasped. The great sage statue is broken? What's going on? At the side, the dark red dragon screamed. "Kid, what the hell are you doing?" Lin Xian said. "I didn't make a move." The great dragon sword spirit took the initiative to attack. "What?" When he said that, Yan Ryu and the others were stunned. The dark red dragon was even more stunned. He had never encountered such a situation before. That's true. Lin Xian was at a loss. But soon, his eyelids twitched and golden runes appeared in his eyes. He stared at the great sage statue. "No, there's something inside the great sage statue." Lin Xian exclaimed. The hearts of the dark red divine dragon and the other two pounded wildly as well. They pushed their powers to the limit to defend themselves against that terrifying and overwhelming aura. In the next moment, they saw the statue of the great sage crack open, and another figure appeared from within. It was also a man with a dignified face. His black hair fell to his shoulders, and he had a terrifying aura. He looked exactly like the statue. What's going on? Why is there another person inside the statue? Is it another statue? Or is it the corpse of the great sage? At the thought of this, their hearts beat wildly. In the next moment, their expressions changed, because they found that the eyes of the figure inside the statue of the great god were shining. One was as black as ink, and the other was as red as blood. What kind of eyes are those? The color of the eyes is really strange. Among them, the crimson and hemolytic eyeballs moved. Everyone was scared out of their wits, and they frantically retreated. The eyes of the statue that seems to be the corpse of the great sage actually moved. Could it be that he's not dead? He's alive. At the thought of this, their scalps were about to split open. A living great sage. Oh heavens, something shocking is about to happen. Retreat quickly. Lin Xian roared and retreated quickly. However, it was already too late. That blood-red eyeball turned, and immediately, a frightening aura was emitted from its body. It swept in all directions. The entire Great Sage Tower shook violently. This scene stunned the powerhouses of the Fane of Darkness and the Dragon Valley below. Only the people of the Sikong family were stunned at first, then they were ecstatic. Patriarch, it's the Patriarch. The Patriarch's remnant soul is still here. Welcome, Patriarch. Chapter 3396. Damn it, what's going on? How did this happen? Many experts were stupefied. Many of them looked up, their bodies trembling. The great sage statue had come back to life. As soon as that was said, many people gasped. Some of them shook their heads. Impossible, how can a statue come back to life? However, they saw that some of the saints were retreating in fear. Indeed, a few sages originally wanted to snatch the great sage statue because they thought that the great sage statue contained the legacy of the great sage. But now they were pushed out by an extremely terrifying force. They even saw the eyes of the great sage statue move. This made their hair stand on end. Buzz. The great sage tower shook even more violently. The red light in the eyes of the great sage statue suddenly shone brightly, enveloping the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In the next moment, everyone inside was enveloped. Oh no, I'm going crazy to resist. Boom! They were knocked into the void and disappeared. Yen Ryu and the others also exclaimed and disappeared. The dragon sword soul in front of Lin Xian roared and cut off the red light. It completely enveloped Lin Xian. In the next moment, Lin Xian frowned, and his face was incomparably gloomy because he found that except for him, everyone in the Great Sage Tower had disappeared. Were they all killed? His heart suddenly jumped, but soon he shook his head. Impossible, Yen Ryu's trump card is not inferior to my dragon sword soul. So they shouldn't have been killed. If they suddenly disappeared, it's very likely that they were teleported away. Thinking of this, his face was gloomy. Not only the people on the 3rd floor, the 2nd floor, and even the 1st floor were all enveloped by a red light and then disappeared. Outside, those who had not entered in time also saw the Great Sage Tower shake violently. What's going on? What happened inside? They were extremely shocked. Could it be that there's a shocking battle inside? Even the Great Sage Tower was trembling? Before they had time to think, the Great Sage Pagoda shook violently, causing the 9 heavens and 10 earths to crumble. In the next moment, all the foreign experts were teleported out of the void sea. Outside the void ocean, countless experts were waiting there. They were all people from the various large clans who were prepared to welcome them. At this moment, the faces of these people from the sects were relaxed. Many people sat on spirit boats or demon beasts, sipping tea and discussing the Tao. I wonder how these little fellows are doing inside? A white-haired old man said with flickering eyes. His head was extremely long, directly hanging down to his feet. It was incomparably snow-white, carrying a wave of strange aura. This was a grand elder of the Sikong family. There was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Hopefully, this time, they would be able to find the whereabouts of the great sage. Don't worry, elder, we're well prepared this time. Many experts are going in. And this time, even Sikong Jing, who had a pure bloodline, had gone in. There would definitely be no problem. The other members of the Sikong family also said with a smile. Hearing this, the grand elder nodded. He picked up the spirit tea beside him and slowly tasted it. On the other side, the experts of the large clans of the Dragon Valley were also chatting and laughing. They were very confident in their lineup and the strength of their experts. They believed that there would be no accidents. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a violent trembling sound was heard. The void ocean in front of them suddenly churned, crashing in all directions. A terrifying force spread across the universe. What's going on? What's happening? The experts of the large clans all stopped talking and stood up one by one. The people of the Sikong family frowned. Could the changes in the void ocean have something to do with the great sage that they were looking for? Before they could figure it out, countless cracks appeared in the void ocean. Then figures flew out of the cracks. They're out? Many people were stunned when they saw those figures. They realized that they were all people of the Sikong family. These people had already come out. But it shouldn't be. They came out earlier than they had expected. Sure enough, these people were all adventurers from the void ocean. After flying out, they were dizzy and had sunken eyes. Then they regained their strength. They looked around vigilantly. However, when they saw the elders of their respective clans, they were all stunned. Damn it, what's going on? Why did I come out? They were all confused. The elders were even more confused. They hurriedly asked, "What's happening? Why did you come out early?" The experts of the Dragon Valley, the Eight-Wind Palace, and the Dark Red Palace all came forward to look for their people. Many people returned to their own camps. Among them, some people screamed, "What's going on? Where's Yu Lingzi?" The people of the Dark Moon Palace were the first to scream. This was because they realized that their most outstanding genius, Yu Lingzi, who had entered this time, had disappeared. When the others heard this, they gasped. Yu Lingzi was a renowned peerless genius. Could it be that something had happened to him? Did a sage do it? The others sucked in a breath of cold air. At that moment, another scream was heard. Damn it, where's Long Shan? The others were stunned again. Long Shan was one of the peerless geniuses of the Dragon Valley. He was not inferior to Yu Lingzi. Moreover, his physique was so strong that no one could compare to him. Had he disappeared too? Many people gloated. They did not expect that two peerless geniuses would die in the void ocean. However, soon they were stunned again. It was not just two. In the end, they were all trembling. Then, the people of the Eight-Wind Palace and the Sikong family screamed one after another. Sikong Jing, Huang Badian, and the others had also disappeared. Impossible, right? The surrounding elders all sucked in a breath of cold air. It would be normal if one or two peerless geniuses had died. After all, accidents happened all the time. But now, all the geniuses of the major clans and sects had disappeared. That was not normal. Who killed them? Damn it, who killed them? The people of the major clans and sects stared at the sages around them. In their opinion, only a sage would be able to kill so many geniuses at the same time. However, the elites of the major clans and sects were kneeling on the ground and crying crazily. The elders were not sages. It was Lin Wudi. He killed Yu Lingzi. What? Lin Wudi. On the other side, the people of the Dragon Valley were gnashing their teeth in anger. It was Lin Wudi who killed Long Shan. The surrounding people were stunned. It was Lin Wudi again. This Lin Wudi was too powerful, right? He had killed 2 peerless geniuses. Huang Batian was also killed by Lin Wudi. The elites of the 8-Wind Palace looked extremely cold. The others were even more dumbfounded. The elites of the Vermilion Bird Palace gritted their teeth and said, "Damn it, it was Lin Wudi who killed several of our geniuses." Everyone was numb. It was all Lin Wudi's doing. Chapter 3397. They didn't think it was possible. They knew that the Sikong clan was not ordinary and had an inexplicable connection with the Void Ocean. The cultivators of the Void family who had entered in the past had their bloodline increased and were much stronger than those outside. Therefore, all of them looked at the Sikong clan. The Grand Elder of the Sikong clan stood up with a solemn expression. The surrounding cultivators were also very anxious. However, the people who came out were covered in blood and their faces were extremely pale. They gritted their teeth and said, "Lin Wudi, it was Lin Wudi who killed Jing." What? Is it really Lin Wudi again? The people around the Void Ocean were in an uproar. Everyone was going crazy. Lin Wudi was very powerful and no one among the half-saints could compare to him. It was even rumored that Yen Nantian, the successor of the great emperor, was no match for him. It could be said that his name resounded throughout the ancient path of the starry sky. However, no matter how powerful he was still just a young half-saint. This time, so many top geniuses from the great sects had brought along many other cultivators. There were saints among them. Could it be that even they couldn't stop Lin Wudi? What happened? Did Lin Wudi fight those people alone? They didn't know. The Grand Elder of the Sikong clan roared at the sky. His white hair danced wildly in the wind, and his eyes were terrifying. The murderous aura on his body was too terrifying. At this moment, he was like a god of death floating in the void, causing the people around him to tremble non-stop. The people of the Sikong clan even knelt on the ground. The Grand Elder floated in the void and his piercing voice resounded in all directions. "Where is Lin Wudi? Get over here." His voice was like thousands of sword chi, causing everyone's scalps to tingle. Everyone's hearts trembled and they couldn't help but look in one direction. That direction was where the people of the Langya Star were. They knew that Lin Wudi had come with the people of the Langya Star. At this moment, he should have returned there. Countless gazes looked over. In the next moment, they were stunned. They saw the cultivators of the Langya Star standing there. However, they did not see Lin Wudi. He only saw the dragon with Lin Wudi, as well as Yen Ryu and the Northern Demon. However, Lin Wudi had all disappeared. Where's Lin Wudi? Did he perish together with those geniuses? This was what everyone was thinking. They felt that if this was the case, it was still acceptable. We don't know. When we were teleported out, that kid wasn't dead yet. Maybe he's still in the Great Sage Tower. The powerhouse from the Sikong clan said in a deep voice. What? When the others heard this, they were all stunned and looked at the Sikong clan one after another. The Grand Elder was also stunned. He floated down excitedly, and the killing intent on his body was still very strong. He asked coldly, "The Great Sage Pagoda? Could it be the Great Sage Pagoda of our Sikong clan?" That's right, after going through untold hardships, we finally found our Great Sage Pagoda. We went in and it was full of treasures. The members of the Sikong clan quickly recounted what had happened previously. When they heard that there was really the Great Sage Pagoda inside, they were all stunned. This was because previously, the Great Sage of the Sikong clan had entered the Void Ocean. It was only a rumor. How many tens of thousands of years had that happened? Even if someone had seen it before after so many years, those who had seen it with their own eyes had long died and turned into dust. What these people had heard now was only a legend. They did not think that the Sikong clan had the Great Sage. However, now that the Great Sage Pagoda had appeared, it meant that the Great Sage had really appeared in the Sikong clan. Moreover, they had really entered the Void Ocean. What's going on? What's with these injuries on your bodies? Could it be that you encountered sea demons? Or did Lin Wudi injure you? The Grand Elder looked at the members of the Sikong clan and frowned. The others were also very puzzled. Yes, they had only just noticed that the members of the Sikong clan had suffered the most serious injuries out of all the people who had come out. How could this be? Hadn't they entered the Great Sage Pagoda? Didn't their own family's Great Sage Pagoda have any protective measures? It wasn't Lin Wudi, but them. One of the powerhouses stood up with an extremely cold expression. He pointed at the Vermilion Bird Palace, 8 Desolate Hall, Dragon Valley, and Dark Moon Palace. These people wanted our treasures, so they joined forces to attack us. We narrowly escaped death and were almost killed. If we had not used the power of our bloodline to activate the Great Sage Pagoda, we would have all perished by now. What? The surrounding people were stunned. The other powerhouses' mouths were also twitching. How could such a thing happen? It was really too shocking. The 8 Desolate Hall and the other sects who had attacked frowned. Among them, the powerhouses who had originally been there to receive them also felt their eyelids twitch wildly. What was going on? Why had they suddenly joined forces to attack the members of the Sikong clan? Furthermore, they were in the Great Sage Pagoda? What the hell was going on? Those people had awkward looks on their faces. Among them, the powerhouse from the Vermilion Bird Palace sneered. I think this is a misunderstanding. Previously, we were all deceived by Lin Wudi. It was Lin Wudi who instigated the conflict between us. That's why the two of us fought. What? Lin Wudi again? The others were stunned. This young man was too terrifying. First, he killed so many geniuses from the large sections. Then, he instigated internal strife between the large sections. What about the other side? Had the other side already taken advantage of the situation? Hearing the other party's words, the members of the Sikong clan snorted coldly. Damn it, even if Lin Wudi was the one who instigated the conflict, in the end, it was because these people were greedy that they attacked. The Grand Elder looked at the large sects of the Vermilion Bird Palace and temporarily suppressed the killing intent in his heart. After all, it wasn't good to fall out with them now. That was because there were too many sects that had attacked, and none of them were weaker than the Sikong clan. It was very unwise to become enemies with all of them at the same time. Therefore, he snorted coldly in his heart. This matter would be settled later. The most important thing now was the Great Sage Pagoda. How was it? Seeing that the people from the Sikong clan didn't get angry, the surrounding people were also speechless. It seemed that the older, the wiser, they weren't willing to suffer losses. As for the people from the Vermilion Bird Palace, they breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had attacked first, when the time came, they could directly return to the sect and cultivate in seclusion for a few hundred years. The Sikong clan wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Everyone pricked up their ears because they also wanted to know how the Great Sage Pagoda was doing. According to these people, there were all kinds of treasures in the Great Sage Pagoda. Any one of them could move a saint. However, the news that followed made them stunned. Because the people from the Sikong clan directly said that they didn't know. They used the power of their bloodline to activate the Great Sage Pagoda. And the statue of the Great Sage seemed to have awakened. However, it shot out a red light and teleported everyone out. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.